Right. Okay, well,
So,
it seems to think that we're live anyway. So yeah, let's hope that's true. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I'm Rachel at the Creative Contessa, and this is Philip from Irish Medieval History. And today we are going to bring you the medieval buzz. It's been a busy summer. A lot has been happening in the history world, in the archaeology world, and in the living history world. So we're going to sit and we're going to chat about that today in the most casual way we possibly can. How are you doing this morning, Philip?
grand. Actually, I had a pretty good morning, to be quite honest with you, that I needed around the house. And yeah, then we played around with audio for a good bit.
Yeah. I just love
uh,
the whole reason that I do medieval living history is because of my love for modern technology. It's definitely why.
but it was working perfectly
Yeah.
fine last night.
Yeah, it was great. It was grand. But now it's fine.
Mm.
Now it's all fine. So yeah, hopefully, she says, hoping that's true. So
Oh,
yeah,
we'll find out in 5 minutes when
it's
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 gone.
been it's been quite a busy summer in the living history community.
Mm.
Where's my little move sideways arrows? Interesting.
Hey, Susan, how are you keeping?
Oh, right. There's a chat. I'm doing this from my laptop, which I never do anymore, so I don't remember how it actually works. It's
Mm.
like, oh, oh, really? I just clicked to view the chat and I got a scary dinosaur creature that I think means it's not working. That's interesting.
Oh, no.
Ah, yes,
That's never
technology
good.
for the win.
Oh,
So where is this should be letting me do the thing, but it's not. Ah, there it is. Okay. So we've got some exciting medieval news. There's all sorts of archaeological discoveries. There's exhibitions all over the place about a wide array of topics. I tell you, if I could just travel from place to place just to go to some of these exhibitions, it would be
oh,
amazing,
stop. It would be amazing.
right?
There's plenty of them I'd love to go to. We'll talk about it later on, but it's the one in Australia right now. I was meant to say it to the wife last night, and I forgot all about it because I might poke and prod her saying, "Did you want to bump over to Australia for the crack?"
Yeah, I mean it's like a 9 hour flight, and it's the
Yeah.
same time zone, so it's not even
Mm.
like it's a big burden to go
Yeah,
there from us,
that's it.
right?
Like, not at all. So I'll poke and prod and we'll see what we can do because we'll talk about it later actually.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so some of the exciting news that's coming out, and that I keep getting questions in all of my live streams. Do you play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, or are you from Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 when I'm in full medieval kit?
Mm.
So what's happening? There's a big news, big excitement on that front, isn't there?
Yeah, sometime around next week, we're expecting to have that big, massive, what they refer to as a DLC, downloadable content coming to Kingdom Come Deliverance. Now, for people who don't know what Kingdom Come Deliverance is, it's basically a video game for the PlayStation and for the PC, and it's actually set in the 15th century. Now, this game is developed by game developers who do not specifically specialize in the 15th century, so they're
Right.
always taking advice on from people from the historical world, especially around living history and stuff. So they have been taking on basically I think Rachel, I think it was about 2 or 3 months now the game actually released. The game itself released, and I think 2 weeks we're expecting downloadable content to come to it. And since that, since then, myself, Rachel, and various other YouTubers have off about various things that we kind of liked about the game and what we did. And allegedly, the creators of Kingdom Come were listening specifically to myself and Rachel, but they have been listening to other living historians and reenactors who were on YouTube. and they said they have been taking on their views and their opinions and stuff. And now with this big, massive downloadable content, they do plan on making various changes, not complete changes to the game, but various changes that they can bring to the game, and also loads more content into the game as well. So not only are they bringing changes to the game, which myself and Rachel will discuss in a second, what we'll like to say. And by the way, guys, we want your feedback as well. What do you want to see in Kingdom Come Deliverance as well? What would you guys like to see in the game as well? So definitely comment below. But they're not only bringing changes that we've been talking about, but they're also bringing more stuff into the game. In this DLC, there's going to be added story brought into the game where Henry, he inherits his father's blacksmith in Kuttenberg. So at this point of the video game, Henry is living in the real life place of Kuttenberg, and Henry inherits his father's blacksmith there. When Henry's father was a younger man, he had owned a blacksmith, which he had abandoned, and now Henry has inherited it, and he's going off to become a professional blacksmith.
Right.
And in this video game, he'll have the ability to kind of modify his new house and also his own area where he can do his blacksmith and his forging and stuff. And he'll be able to hire staff and various servants into his new home and stuff. So there'll be loads of stuff to do. And it's also very exciting as well because they're bringing in more kind of world life. It's as close as possible to world life, as real life as possible, but trying to make it fun. And that's, trying to design and make your own swords as real as possible, which is quite exciting, especially for people who's into kind of more, I suppose the word be more scenario based, when you're actually trying to do it yourself. Right. So a lot of people are very much excited about that kind of stuff. But I'll ask Rachel there, because Rachel's been talking about a lot of stuff that she'd love to see changed, especially clothing wise. Rachel, what kind of stuff would you like to see changed in the game?
I'd like to see a lot less cleavage from certain characters. And I mean, that says something, because I actually get comments all the time in my medieval live streams about, well, that neckline that you're wearing, isn't that showing too much chest? So I'm not a very modest dresser in the 15th century. And even still, I think it's the character of Teresa. And then there's some other chick who's wandering around where I'm wondering how their breasts are staying inside of their gown. So, I mean, I'd like to see less, and I'd like to see less cleavage. And I would definitely like to see more of these women wearing smocks, the white linen undergarment that's supposed to cover you up to your wrist, right? No short sleeve gowns with bare arms. Just as a start, that just to start there. But, the Kingdom Come Deliverance one was a bit of a, clothing wise, was a bit of a disaster. 2, the initial release was actually decent. It wasn't bad. I was actually not angry with most of what I saw, which made me angry because I didn't have a lot to say. But so now I'll be interested to see what this new release is going to contain, which is why you and I plan next week to actually do jump in and play through together. And I'm going to try, I've purposefully avoided seeing anything from this new release. I've avoided looking at stills. I've avoided looking at anything because I want to react as authentically as possible to whatever I'm seeing, good, bad, or indifferent. But I can tell you that if we're going based on what I see in that picture, I'm going to have some things to say.
Why? What's wrong with the picture?
The one, I mean, it looks like he's got set in arm's eyes on a short sleeve shirt, and he's wearing like modern welding gloves, and he's got a modern welder's apron on, and I don't even know what's going on with that hat on his head. So, and his coif, I think that's his coif. I think the white strings hanging down, not tied. Is he trying to catch on fire in his forge? I don't even know what's going on there. So it looks like I may have some snarky things to say after all, which is what really everyone wants to hear me say. No one wants to hear me praising this game for 10 hours, right? That's not what people want to see in their content.
It's true.
Yeah. So, I guess it's going to be, it sounds, the way you were saying though, it sounds like it's going to be almost like a more of a medieval Sims kind of thing, where there's less about maybe progressing through the game as such and more like building your medieval life. Is that what you seem to
Yeah,
understand from what you've read?
it does seem like that. They're not progressing with the story of the Hussite Wars. And I think the reason why they're not progressing with the story of the Hussite Wars itself is because the game developers have kind of indicated and hinted that the war, which it has historically as well, the war has kind of moved back over to where the Teutonic, what was it, the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth and the Teutonic Order are fighting
Right.
themselves up around the
Yeah.
Prussian
Yeah.
area of Eastern Europe. So the main focus of all the fighting now has moved over there. And so with that, the game developers have said that they're thinking of making a completely new game set over up around that area, because it's a huge it's a huge subject to try to cover, is the fact of the Polish Commonwealth, Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, and Teutonic Wars. So they would definitely, I know for a fact, they would definitely have to make a completely new game for that one. But for the time being, it seems that Henry has kind of settled down into his own world and stuff. And since they have a whole season of content to make, it seems that, it's going to be covering more of the daily life of Henry rather than covering the Hussite War
Right.
itself. Although it didn't really get to the Hussite
Yeah.
Wars. I know there was a lot of promise of the Hussite Wars itself, but it never really got to that point. It was more or less the fighting of the kingship of Bohemia and the Holy Roman Empire, kind of everything that was setting up before the Hussite Wars. So it could be a case of, they cover the foundation to what the Hussite Wars is, then cover the fighting between the Polish, Lithuanian Commonwealth and Teutonic Wars, and then return back to the Holy Roman Empire to perhaps cover the Hussite Wars. Then bring Henry back into
Right.
the story once again. That could be it. Like,
Right. They'll, it will be interesting to see where they go, because you're right. They never got to the Hussite Wars. We never,
mm,
I don't even know if we ever, I don't remember anyone saying they finally met Jan Hus. So
yeah,
I feel like maybe they're moving, moving a little too quickly if they've moved over to the Battle of Groningen or whatever. Um,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Because, yeah. Oh, and for everybody who's just joined our chat, welcome. We're just having a chat of all the medieval news that's been happening around this week, but pretty much the month in
Yeah.
general, because we're looking to do this probably every Tuesday where we cover the news. So everybody who's just come into the chat, to the two of us, because we'll be doing this weekly to cover everything medieval that's happening around the world and stuff. And for the lad from Lithuania that jumped into the comment section there, what do you think of the game developers probably moving the video game over to the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth and Teutonic Wars? What do you think of it? And where do you think it will be set and stuff? I definitely want your opinion, definitely being a fellow Lithuanian.
Yeah, it's really funny. People don't know, most people in the world, I think, about European history, they don't realize that the Baltic states were some of the last holdouts of paganism in Europe, and that
Mm,
the Teutonic Knights were waging crusades there in the 14th century to convert the
yeah,
uh,
yeah,
the
yeah.
final the
Convert.
final yeah, convert the last pagan holdouts. So
Mm,
it's one of those little known facts. People who get into medieval living history, and they want to be pagan. I'm like, well, you need to go be like Lithuanian or Latvian. If you want to be
mm.
pagan, because they want to be like, I want to be a 12th century Irish pagan. I'm like, oh no, sweetie, sorry, you're
Yeah, 12th century. Yeah,
not.
they kind of it's kind of really really strange. I was talking about this because I was covering in my own classes on Patreon. I was covering the Hiberno Scandinavians, i.e., the Irish Vikings, and a lot of them that were pagan suddenly just become radical Christians and joined the Crusades.
They did.
And it's just kind of very very funny. And they're definitely, by the 12th century, they're gone. They're crusaders, or they have returned, and they're walking around with big red crosses on
Yep.
their left hand side. because now they're stuff. So yeah, 12th century is a bit funny. It is very funny the way they suddenly make a very radical turn and become radical Christians, like both supporting the Christianization of Norway and also fighting over in the Crusades and stuff.
Right. Yeah. And that's why I always tell people, you know, there's a point at which, and then they say, well, they were secretly pagan. I'm like, no, they weren't. There's, you know, they,
Yeah, no.
there's just no evidence of that. And you can hope that and you can wish that, but until you show me evidence, I'm going to show you all the evidence that they were practicing Christians. It's just, yeah. But if you want to be a late medieval pagan, Baltic states for the win, baby.
Yeah. Yeah. If you want that interpretation, definitely 100% go over to the Lithuanian era and study the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and Teutonic Wars over there. That's definitely a place to go over and study that sort of paganism. Because in Ireland, I think the people get this before, and I also talked as well, is people get very confused with Irish folk period around the 8th century. This kind of transformation, because it's coming from an thing in Irish folk, more folklore who is celebrated up around the kind of Sligo, which is up in the north west of the country of Ireland, and up around that area you can see the Morgan, who quote unquote is the goddess of war, although she's not really. That's more of a Roman interpretation of her being the goddess of war.
Right.
She would have been like worshipped up around the Sligo area, and then as things become Christianized, she becomes kind of more of a folklore ghost around that area called.
Right.
So it kind of, I think people get very bound way people kind of interpretate the world going from paganism into folklore, and when they see the same kind of symbolism, they're kind of like, oh, that's paganism, and it's like, that's not how people would have viewed it.
Yeah, it's yeah. Yes, exactly. And that's not to say Christianity has always been very skilled at modifying, adopting, mutating local religious and practices and local beliefs and just Christianizing them. Like I'm not saying that Christianity came out of a vacuum and that everything that is in Christianity is brand new and innovative. That's not what I'm saying. But, that also doesn't mean that it's just another, that they would have viewed themselves as pagan, nor that they were still worshiping their pagan gods. They were worshiping Christian saints who took over the place of pagan gods.
That's a fact, by the way.
Yep.
Because you can see that with the constant argument we have with Saint Brigid. Brigid's one of the best examples. Now, I'm going to put my hands up on this. Anyone who turns around and says that Saint Brigid was a pagan goddess before the arrival of Christianity, right? I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings or anything. There's just, and don't get me wrong, if you were to ask my personal opinion with no evidence, I would say that there's most likely a goddess that was there before the arrival of Christianity. The problem is there's no evidence, there's no hard evidence of Saint Brigid being a pagan goddess before the arrival of Christianity. Okay.
Right.
However, there is massive indication that there was a goddess worship there before the arrival of Christianity. And I know for a fact the comment section is going to chuck in either their interpretation or actual evidence that shows why people believe that there was a pagan goddess there before the arrival of Christianity into that spot. And you're very much right. It does seem to indicate, especially with interpretations from the north of England. In the north of England, I think it's Burgundies, around the Burgundies area of North Britain. There seems to be some kind of play on words of a goddess referred to as the goddess Burgundies, and also that going into that kind of line of trade going into the Kildare area that's close to Dublin, around the Slane area. Right. The Slane area used to be the Adonian, the kind of tribe they're referred to. So the Adonian tribe in Ireland is close to Kildare, which
Right.
has this, Christian saint called Brigid, that's in an area that is believed to have originally been a pagan worship area. And that trade link then goes over to the north of Britain, which has a worshipping of Burgundies, which is documented by the Roman Britons. So you can see that influence in, which is what Maynooth University in Ireland is constantly saying over and over again, that within what we refer to as Celtic paganism, it's not a case of everyone worshipped the same god and goddesses. What you have is that you have a village area, and then down the road you would have another village, and that village would hear about, for example, the goddess Burgundies, and then this other village would hear about it, but that village would have their own interpretation of that god or goddess. So one area could be worshipping Brigid, and the other area could be worshipping the goddess of Burgundies. However, this is only speculation. We still don't have any hard evidence of that as of yet.
Right. I mean, it's that's unless you have a centralized religious organization that controls dogma and catechism and whatnot, then that's how it works out. Most people, because most people are these days are Christians or Buddhist or Muslim, right? So those are the kind of the three big, and there's a, God knows there's like a billion Hindus too. But, for those of us who are in the Judeo-Christian practice, we're accustomed to the idea of, well, you have a church and you go and worship regularly. And then, of course, there's all this dogma and everyone worships, and everyone, if you're Baptist, you basically have the same beliefs. If you're Methodist, you have the same beliefs. And, but that's like in ancient Rome, that's not how religion was practiced at all. And you didn't have a church. You didn't even have a temple. You had different cults and different worshipings of different, gods or goddesses. I just realized my oven's still on. I'll be right back.
No, go and fix that, please. Yeah, 100% definitely agree with that. When Rachel goes back, I will elaborate on that still further, because it's definitely within Celtic literature that we see this whole thing of what was it called, interpretation, where you have Celtic literature, but the Celtic literature is written by Roman Christians, and Roman Christians then have a centralized perspective compared to the original Celtic people. Celtic people, on the other hand, have a very decentralized view of the world. I was just saying there, Rachel.
Well, I could hear you the whole time.
Oh, you can, that's grand, sorted. So you have originally the writers who are writing this, who are Roman Christians, have a centralized view of Celtic paganism. So when they are looking or talking to a pagan and they say and talk about the Morgan, they assume that the Morgan that's down the road in the other village is worshipped exactly the same. So when they're writing about the Morgan in what we now call Celtic literature, they're writing it from a Roman Christian perspective of a unified, centralized god or goddess. But that's not how Celtic paganism worked back in the ancient eras. Back in the ancient eras, it was decentralized. So you had one village that worshipped the Morgan one way, and then down the road, you would have had someone else who may have worshipped the goddess that was similar to the Morgan, but pronounced and said differently, and also worshipped it differently as well. Because Celtic paganism, we now believe right now, especially in the likes of Maynooth University, believe that it's actually decentralized and not centralized, which to me makes more sense, especially in the early medieval period where you have decentralization going off everywhere. And it was even, I think I was saying it to yourself, Rachel, yesterday, because we did have a little chat about, what was it called, early medieval history, and you clicked so fast to how the politics worked in Ireland, because you could understand decentralization in, what was it, Northeast Europe. And it was the same with my wife as well. We were talking about early medieval period and how people are not clicking to decentralization.
Right.
Because when they look, and it's so frustrating right now because people are getting very radical with their nationalism right now, but they keep looking at early medieval history as centralization, that you have Brian Boru who goes into battle with a tricolour on. And that's not, like, Brian Boru was, he referred to himself as Emperor of the Scots. And yet he was the head, he was a warlord, he was the head of a confederation of war bands. He had no idea or no notions of a decentralized, a centralized country. It just didn't come into his head. Like there was just, the closest he had to any form of centralization, which he was pushing for, by the way, was Charlemagne. And he does quote and use Charlemagne all the time. That's the closest idea he has to centralization. But it's nowhere near the type of centralization that we understand today in the likes of the United States of America or in Ireland. Ireland and the United States are way more centralized, and we have much more of a centralized idea of identity of who I am. Like, I know I am Irish, and you know that you are American.
Do I though?
Well, you're supposed to get with the program.
Right. Just so everyone knows, for whatever reason, my live chat is a dinosaur. Literally, I've got a little picture of a pixelated dinosaur when I click on the chat. So I'm sorry, everyone, if you've had questions or comments for me. I've got a dinosaur. Yep. It's a little T-Rex. Yeah, it's amusing. So I cannot see the live chat at all today, everyone. Welcome to the new age. It's fantastic.
That is amazing. All right, look.
Okay, so moving on in our what did that do? That was definitely not what I wanted to do. Okay, I'm going to change the aspect again. Okay, so wait, why in God's name did it skip to there? I love you, technology. You're my friend. Touch screen. I think I've been too mean to my okay. Oh, it skipped. Okay, events coming to an end. So yeah, it's the end of the summer, and it's been a full summer of reenactment and living history events for a lot of people. I personally went and spent 2 weeks at I'm going to call it a medievalist festival, because it's not really a reenactment. It's a living history event in the sense of there are groups doing living history at it, but it's called Penzik, and it's basically this big 2 week, usually 10,000 to 12,000 person event in Western Pennsylvania. Wow. But it's in America, and this year we only had 8,000 people come. Well, because we lost normally we get thousands of people from Europe, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Guess who didn't want to come to America this summer?
Yeah.
Especially when you've got, German tourists being deported just because they only have a hotel for 2 of their 3 weeks of their Hawaii trip. I mean, are you kidding me? So yeah, so it was a much smaller event this year. I did a lot of live streaming from the event. So if you all want to see what that's like, you can check out my all the live streams I did in August, basically. Are me and my 15th century glamping setup, living my happy glamorous 15th century countess life for about 2 weeks. And it's funny, I was getting weird comments on some of the shorts I produced, like, oh, well, it's nice to dress up all pretty, but you need to actually try living that way for any length of time. And I'm like, you mean like 2 weeks? Is that what you mean?
Some people are strange.
It's, they thought I just did some kind of, like, it was some kind of Instagram movie set or something where I put the outfit on for all of 5 minutes, did a bunch of, content work, and then went back into dress like this. No, for those 2 weeks, people keep asking me, do you really just wear those clothes for 2 weeks? Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Kevin's jumped into the chat as well. Yeah, Kevin, I definitely 100% want to go as well. It seems absolutely amazing. And I was looking at a lot of the stuff that Rachel was doing and stuff. And I was so jealous of you for those 2 weeks as well, Rachel. To be quite honest with you.
I'll tell you, it's quite fun. And I have to be clear, like it's an event organized by the Society for Creative Anachronism. And there's a lot of reenactors and living historians who have nothing but pejorative things to say about the SCA. But one of its strengths is that it allows everyone to at least come and participate with just an attempt at medieval clothing, right? So that you don't, there's no color wheel. There's no, if your garment does fit into one of these 3 silhouettes, you're gone, none of that. And I'm not criticizing that, because that creates a different kind of event. But when you have an event that's so inclusive, you actually get a better proving ground for exchange of information, for exchange of knowledge, for innovation in an experimental archaeology sense. So for instance, at Penzik, they actually build, there's a bunch of potters every year who build a medieval pottery kiln right on a creek, and they literally fire that furnace day in and day out, and they take turns, because when you're firing those furnaces using wood, using charcoal, it's not like, where you just have an electric switch, you turn it on and you let it go. You have to maintain the fire, you have to watch it. And they live a medieval potter's life for 2 weeks.
Wow.
Right? and they invite people to come and check it out, and they show you how they build it. And every year they build this thing from scratch. And then there's another camp that has a bread oven that they build every year, and you can come and check that out. And, because you've got all these people from all different parts of the world who've read different sources and done different research, and you get that many people into one place, you get a real chance to develop your knowledge and bounce ideas off of each other, right? So if you just have your little 10 to 20 person reenactment club, you're not going to have the same opportunities as when you get that many people together. So it's a pretty great event. And I'm again, be perfectly honest, there are encampments like mine that are just like stepping back in time. And then there are encampments where you wonder if they fell out of a NASCAR race week encampment. So it's a mixed bag in those terms. But, there's also experts on every kind of topic who attend this event and share their knowledge for free. There's artisans who sit out really authentic, using only authentic materials and tools, and just do their thing in the public square, and you can go see them and ask them about what they're doing. There's dancing every night with live music. There's also crappy music being played down in other parts by people who probably shouldn't be allowed to play a drum, but that's another topic. There's all kinds of medieval combat, people working directly from various fighting manuals. There's 16th century rapier. And then there's SCA has a special unique form of stick fighting, which is kind of its main thing right now. But, there's all kinds of other things happening too that are really, living history reenactment level. So but it's not it's not a reenactment though, because it's not reenacting. It doesn't claim to be. Like, we're not reenacting any battle, so it's not. It doesn't even pretend that. That's not its goal. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. Otherwise I wouldn't have been doing it for the last 30 years, almost every summer.
Rachel, can you see the comment section?
I cannot at all.
That's grand.
Yeah.
Sylvia, what did you think of the events this year? Which ones did you go to, and how did you find it? And that's the same with all you guys as well, because we kind of wanted, it was myself who actually put together this slide, and I kind of want to get feedback of what everyone thought about, not just the events that were happening in America, but also the ones that happened in Australia, Canada, and Europe. And I do apologize, I'm very ignorant towards events that are happening in both Africa and Asia and various other places throughout the world. So definitely fill me in if you did go to events outside of those areas. Definitely fill me in. For example, as you guys are pointing out there, New Zealand, I'm so ignorant to events that are happening over in England. So definitely tell me what's happening over there and what events you guys got up to. And how did you find the event? How was health and safety? How was the food? How was everything as a whole? Because I'm very active with events that are happening over in Ireland and stuff. So I want to, because I'm a part of the Living History events over in Ireland and stuff, I definitely want to get this kind of feedback back to the creators and stuff in Ireland and stuff, and give them that kind of feedback, so we're growing and learning. So Ireland can have the best event of all, of course.
It's funny. So I did hear about, there was a reenactment of the Battle of Evesham. I think it may have been the first time they've done this reenactment, which I didn't attend it, but there was a bit of a scandal on Facebook about it.
What?
Yeah, I know. This is, so I'm not going to name names or anything, but I will say that there is apparently that that a couple of fashion historians, and one in particular who, umbrage may be a strong word, but objected to. Apparently, a lot of people were walking around with pilgrim scripts Do you know what a
Okay.
pilgrim script is?
I'm not sure.
So it's a kind of satchel, over the
Mm,
shoulder satchel, and it's got a rectangular. The satchel itself is rectangular, and then there's a strap that goes crossbody, and
mm,
it's got a flap, and they're usually decently sized. I mean, it's not like, some of these crazy designer purses that women are carrying, but it was a satchel that was carried traditionally by pilgrims, so
mm.
they could actually carry some of their key items in this satchel. And if you look
Yeah.
at depictions of especially St. James, um, pilgrims going to St. James, Santiago de
Mm.
Compostela, right?
Yeah,
Then
yeah.
you'll see this scripts, SCRIP. I can't type
Mm.
anything in the live chat because I literally can't see it. I have a dinosaur.
Oh.
So otherwise I would put it in the live chat. And apparently I will say that, yeah, I've seen a lot of, across many different periods of medieval history, living history, and reenactments. At this event, Pensick, I talked about, even me, I've got 3 scripts, pilgrim
Mm,
scripts, actually. It's a medieval way, at least, to carry items, because even though at these living history events, we would love to have a full contingent of servants to
mm, mm,
carry our
mm.
crap for us, but that's not the reality. So, it's better to have that than to just carry, I don't know, a plastic grocery bag. What's the
Yeah, of
alternative?
course. Mm, mm.
Well, in her opinion, or in this historian's opinion, it just completely broke the atmosphere for her, seeing all these pilgrim scripts, even though they were 13th century pilgrim scripts.
Oh, yeah.
Completely broke the atmosphere for her. She said she wished people would have just carried baskets. What's wrong with baskets?
Mm,
And I'm like, I, it of course, it unleashed a complete firestorm under that post on her page, because, immediately it polarized people. Either it's, this is gatekeeping and snobbery. Really, this is the hill you're going to die on, pilgrim scripts. Or
mm,
she's absolutely right. If you're going to go to a reenactment of that caliber, you should have everything, 110% correct.
mm.
And yeah, so I get amused by these completely interesting uh, scandals that arise over, what in one group's degree of authenticity, they would find it acceptable for their people to carry a pilgrim script even if they're not on pilgrimage. And then in
Mm.
another group, they're like, unless you're on pilgrimage, no pilgrim scripts for you, my boy.
Yeah.
So
The similar, very, very, very similar thing somewhat happened to my wife Yuki back in Hastings. I think this was 2019, where she was going around. The Pilgrim Christian bag was dated to the 10th century, but it's an Irish find, and she was wearing it in Hastings in England. And we were talking to one of the other living historians. He just finished his speech and stuff, and we were having allegedly a nice polite conversation, and he
uh-oh.
suddenly pinged her bag, and he was basically kind of giving the old wink wink that was historically inaccurate. Oh, like Yuki was trying to be polite about it and was trying to work her way around the conversation, but the moment my brain realized he was trying to ping her bag for being historically inaccurate, I got so defensive about it, because it's an Irish find, and I don't get me wrong, it was just the whole idea that, oh, anything that's from Ireland can't be historically accurate. And I was like thinking to myself, that's how I get triggered sometimes. And I straight away, I didn't get angry or mad at him. I kind of was very assertive and just told him exactly the find it was and where it was in Ireland, that it's actually in various manuscripts, including the Book of Kells, where you actually have the bag wrapped around from the right shoulder down to the left hand side where the bag is, and it's literally put together to put books in it for
Right.
Irish Christians to walk around with, for example, the likes of the Bible or the Book of Kells, and all it is made out of leather. But you can't find any of this in England, and it's the typical thing of, oh, if I can't find it in Britain or in Europe, surely it cannot exist. And it's like it's in Ireland. Like, Christ Almighty, have a look at the Book of Kells sometime. That would be
Yeah,
handy enough.
I mean, we just, in my medieval story time last week, I read that Pangorban, right? The white
Yeah.
cat, that Irish poem that appears in the 9th century in an Austrian manuscript because the Irish student was at a monastery in Austria studying, got bored, wrote down in the margins his ode to his cat and also to his brain being tired. So I'm going to bet dollars to donuts he did not leave his script back in Ireland, that he brought it
Yeah.
with him to Austria. So to say, well, it's only in Ireland, it can't possibly have crossed that massive body of water called the Manx Channel over to England in the 11th century. That's absurd. I mean,
well, it's also the reason why I'm not a huge fan of insular. So when it comes down to describing Irish finds these days, a lot of academics in Ireland are using the word insular, such as like insular art and all this kind of stuff when describing art of that period around the 7th and 8th century, instead of using the word Celtic, because they feel that Celtic is not historically accurate. And I actually prefer the word Celtic over insular, because insular, although they mean it's kind of developing up over in Ireland, insular also indicates that it's kind of isolated, that it's kind of off on an island off at its side. And that's why I'm not a huge fan of using the word insular. And a lot of times when I use the word Celtic art or Hiberno art and stuff, I'll have somebody in the comments section, because they've read academic work, you know, so I can't say they're incorrect. But at the same time, I'm just not a fan of the word insular, because it indicates that island of Ireland during the early medieval period was cut off. And it's not. It's in a golden age of Ireland. And then, as we were talking about yesterday, it switches from a golden age of Ireland into an economic golden age once Dublin has developed under the Gael, the foreign Irish, you know?
Yeah, I think part of the problem is that there's a difference between the implication of the word insular in, say, an archaeological context, where it literally means island. Like that's linguistically, that's the origins of the word insular, right? Incel, insula, island in Latin, right? So yes, literally, you're right. The problem is that in modern English, insular is a synonym for isolated, for walled off, metaphorically. Even it no longer, you can say, well, they're a very insular family. They don't mean they're on an island. they mean that they're, you know, looking inward and not looking outward, and that they don't interact with everyone. They're isolated, right? So I agree with you that that can be the problem with these terms that academics settle on without considering the other more vernacular connotations of those words. Yeah.
That's my rant, by the way. I'll get back into the comments section there, because people want to ask you questions there. How did you find the SCA in Thailand? A question for Rachel.
Oh, yeah. The SCA in Thailand is very unique because they're Thai, actually. They're not, you know, unlike other places where the local SCA might actually be American expats or whatnot. The SCA in Thailand is actually Thai. They're super friendly. They're super welcoming, but they're also not pure SCA. And because they are isolated from the main body of the SCA, they have definitely developed their own way of doing things. And many of them have never been to an actual proper medieval event because they've only done this activity in Thailand, which, of course, the understanding of what is medieval and authentic and whatnot is not on average as high in Thailand when it comes to medieval Europe. You know, as, say, someone living in Germany would just have a baseline higher understanding of what is medieval than someone who grew up in Thailand. And I say that because the SCA in Thailand, a lot of the people who join, they want to do medieval European history. They are not interested in medieval Thai history at all. And the women, the Thai women I've met who are interested in this, they're like, no, we don't like medieval Thai clothing. And then I say, well, why? They're like, well, look at it. There's not much of it. They want big dresses with beautiful skirts and sleeves and headdresses, right? They want all the fabric. And the reality is that Thailand is a tropical jungle in most places. And so the fashion that developed in Thailand naturally is relatively limited on, it's narrow, it's tight, it's not big and voluptuous and voluminous. So yeah, but that means that they don't necessarily have the same resources in Thai to do the research into medieval material culture. And for some of them, their English is excellent, but not for all of them. And so, what my point is that their baseline level of like kit is maybe a little lower than you might normally expect. Like, you're going to see people wandering around in 18th century costumes because kind of they assume that that must be medieval, because to their eye it is. But super friendly and very open to doing all the things. And the Thai men like to dance. I don't even have to convince them. I don't even have to cajole them. I don't even have to bat my little eyelashes at them. They want to dance. So that's fantastic.
Yeah, it's kind of bred into us in Ireland as men to be very anti-dancing with the girls because of the nuns. The nuns get the blame for all this because when we're in school, instead of people encouraging us to dance with girls, we get the classic, anytime someone gets brave enough, because you'll always have the one young fella that gets brave enough to get at around the age of 14, the nuns are straight away, give space for Jesus, give
space.
room for Jesus. Can Jesus go in between this? It's notoriously famous. It's very much frowned upon in Ireland when you're in your teens to go dance with girls, which is, it's not healthy. It's not really a healthy atmosphere, I don't think. So yeah, even when you go into living history events in Ireland, when it's trying to pair off the girls with the boys and stuff, you'll get that phase where you'll have the lads on the right side and the women will go on the left side,
Okay. Well, that's better.
Yeah.
At least they might dance. In America, most men doing any kind of species of his medieval reenactment won't even dance at all with anyone. They're just like, I don't dance. I'm manly. Like, you're manly and you don't dance? Some of the most manly people in the world are from Latin America, and those men can move their hips like no one's business. So I don't want to hear that crap. But no, I think so. In the West, in America, especially back in the 60s, there was the so-called Cultural Revolution, which had some real upsides like civil rights and women's rights, but had the downside of tossing out the baby with the bathwater. So whereas men used to dance before that, like, you look at movies from the 1940s and men and women are out there all dancing. Like, it would never come into question that a man wouldn't dance. And then suddenly after the 60s, it's like, well, we don't do that ballroom stuff. We don't couple. It's okay for you to go out to the club and kind of wiggle like you're having an epileptic seizure, but that's it. So there's some kind of association with dance equals not manly for a lot of American men too.
It's so stupid. The whole thing of charming a woman now these days is completely dead.
There's no charming.
Yeah, and the problem is as well is the way the media manipulates certain stuff. Like, for example, the Me Too movement that was supposed to stop bosses from exploiting their what was it called, their workers and stuff through wink wink. However, universities, young people. I hate using that word, young people, these days, but there was people in universities that got overexcited and started giving it a really bad image, and then there were other people completely exploiting it, and then people, what was it, oh my god, those politicians do what they always do, is they take very radical sides and stuff, and before you know it, the Me Too movement was no longer about people in stronger positions exploiting their workers in certain ways so they could work California. It was kind of just completely, and eventually it got to a stage where we're afraid to even talk to women,
Well, I have to tell you, it's not a problem in America. there's I think the only men who were actually scared off by the Me Too movement were the men who probably shouldn't have been. I'll be honest. Is my personal experience.
Yeah, I agree with you. I actually do fully agree with you.
Is my experience.
Yeah, that one I actually fully agree with you.
Is the men who were actually fine. But then, and because of that, they're like, oh God, well, I don't want to do anything that would be offensive or scare a woman. So now I just won't interact with them. Meanwhile, the assholes are still assholing full on, and they're assholing more than ever right now. Anyway, back to, back to medieval dance or whatever.
Back to the medieval charming. Fairs. I got a pretty
fairs. Yes.
Fairs. What was it called? Health and safety. I got another very good question there, and I think it's actually quite important. Is wheelchair accessibility? And I know
Yes.
people might get quite defensive about this because it kind of would ruin the whole atmosphere and stuff. But in Europe, we have a very what is it? We have a very famous living historian. She's always been involved Slavic and Viking world, and she goes everywhere with a wheelchair. But she has changed her wheelchair around, where actually instead of wheels, it looks like two Viking shields put together and stuff. So she's even customized and changed her wheelchair around and stuff, and using actual authentic stuff that looks in place. Every event she's ever gone to has been adjusted around her wheelchair accessibility. So it is actually, not only is it possible to make living historical events wheelchair accessible, but you can actually do it in a historical way. So there's no panic or anything. But definitely, if you're worried about health and safety and wheelchair accessibility, definitely get in contact with the likes of Mosgard or over in Volin and stuff, because they've worked with her for years and they've made the entire event completely wheelchair accessible for her. So it is very much possible, from my interpretation. Rachel has way more experience than I do, so you definitely would have a way better opinion
it depends on the event, right? And I will say that if you are a person with mobility issues, reach out to the people running the event as far in advance as you can and find out what the situation is. There are some sites, we in Germany, in Miltenberg, we had this great 14th century city hall in perfect state of preservation. Gorgeous. And back in the 70s, it had been renovated. An addition had been added to the back. So there was an elevator, but the elevator wasn't in the hall. So you couldn't actually see the elevator, right? So it was actually, in fact, accessible, but not in a way that would interfere with the atmosphere. But the event Pennsic, which we've been talking about, that is an extremely accessible event, despite being a campground, because a lot of the roads have been paved now. And they actually run, and this does kill the atmosphere, but it does make it accessible. They actually run, the event is huge. It's 10 to 12,000 people. It's over, like, I don't know, 20 square miles of land or something like that. It's crazy big. Maybe 10 square miles of land. And so they actually run a bus shuttle in a loop around the main area on a regular schedule with bus stops. So America doesn't generally have public transit, but we have free public transit at Pennsic. It's included in the price of entry. There are also at certain events like Pennsic, they actually have mobility device charging stations where you can recharge if you have a scooter or whatnot. And like you say, a lot of people at Pennsic too, and I've seen this at other events, other reenactment events, they're disguising their mobility devices, right? They're trying to make it look like it. At Pennsic, I actually saw there was a wagon, like a regular old, what would have been a modern wagon, except that they went to the trouble for their children, for taking their babies around. They turned it into a little Viking ship. It just looked so cute. And like literally the canopy on top was like the blue and white striped sail. And, yes, it's obviously, no, I've never seen a wagon like that actually in any medieval source. But on the other hand, you get to decide for your event what your level is, like where your gate is, right? Do you want your event to be inclusive? Do you want it to be medium inclusive, exclusive? You get to decide that for your event, and you get to decide if that's an event you would want to attend. I personally have many people in my life who have mobility issues, and I would personally feel really uncomfortable telling them, sorry, you can't come and see what it is I do because, you can't get around because of, because my grandmother had polio when she was a little girl, for instance. So, but there are, by the same token, there are historic sites like castles that are definitely not accessible, and they can't, without destroying part of the inside of it, you can't really make them accessible. So I'm definitely not advocating for every
Mm-mm.
event must be 100% accessible, but I think it's nice if we have a blend, right? So that we're not excluding people who can't,
Yeah.
it's not like through life choices that, they got hit by a car and are paralyzed from the waist down or something. And we shouldn't be judging that anyway. It's not for us to judge.
Mm-mm.
So that's my opinion. There should be a
Yeah.
blend. And I'm all for events that are 100% like, oh my God, I just traveled back in time. And then, okay, maybe you shouldn't have your motor scooter there, but we should have events where it's
Yeah.
okay.
I Yeah, 100%. From my experience, as you literally pointed out there, it does seem to become a problem when dealing with 14th, 15th, and 16th century because of castles. You're dealing with actual historical castles. And even for me, I think it's a step too far. Now, what you could do is, okay, so people want to work around the castle. They do need to work around the castle and stuff. But at the same time, if you're doing speeches and stuff, try to have the speeches done outside rather than in the castle itself where it's difficult to access. But like even try to get speeches and stuff. Some of those castle rooms and stuff are very, very
Yeah.
small regardless to do speeches. So I would always encourage to do the speeches outside rather than
Yeah.
inside the castle itself. But that's 14th, 15th, and 16th century. When it comes down to early medieval period, the entirety of the early medieval period, I've never seen any problems. And as you pointed out there, people who have wheelchair difficulties and stuff, and if they've been in the game for about 5, 6 years and stuff, they will actually get in contact with people who work with wood, who work with metal and stuff, and start designing their
Right.
equipment around that stuff. And they find it fun. But I understand that's not for everybody, especially if you're
Yeah. And,
working with a
and
budget and stuff.
I think it's perfectly fair that, a group should decide for themselves how inclusive or exclusive they want to
Mm,
be. I personally am
yeah,
a fan of inclusivity because for my so here's my approach as a 15th century countess. When I'm at an event and I see something that isn't appropriate for my 15th century self, I take a medieval approach to it. A medieval person wouldn't look at that thing and say, that's not period, right? That's They would look at that thing and they would say, wow, that's weird. It's
well, Anna brings up a really good point in the comments section. What would people do in the 15th, the 14th and 15th century if you had someone with broken? Because it's not like they just
right.
suddenly appeared in 2025. Oh God, they just dropped from the sky. Let's put them in the wheelchairs as quick as they can. They were
Yeah.
around in the 14th and 15th
Yeah,
century.
so
What did
so
they do?
wheelchairs are definitely not medieval. That's a fantastic. Like, eventually, someone got the idea we can put wheels on this chair. Like,
Yeah.
for millennia, we have chairs and we have wheels, and it takes people a while to get the idea that those can be a thing. So in terms of internal
Yeah.
space, it seems that people would actually be carried around, and I guess you have to understand that.
Mm,
I'm going to try to phrase this in as not judgmental a way as possible, because I understand that that
you
modern
can judge
people are
me, by the way.
suffering like from diseases of civilization that are making their increase. Our body weight is so much more. We're so much bigger as a population now
Yeah.
than medieval people would have been, right? Um, yeah, obesity
That's what
was
I was
not
thinking about. Yeah.
was a very rare condition, so rare that truly obese people would actually be displayed as a freak, right? So it would have been
Yeah.
easier to carry someone around, to either have one or two people to carry that person up or down the stairs or around to help them sit, to help them get up. Because yeah, absolutely. They had crutches also. You can see that in the when you see depictions of beggars, which is a little heartbreaking. You see people missing limbs, missing legs, missing arms, people who were born with congenital deformities, people who've been, God knows, injured on the job or injured in war, right? Maimed on the job, maimed in war. So they had crutches, they had canes. That was a known thing for people who were maybe, paraplegic. Quadriplegic wouldn't have happened. They just would have died. Like, quadriplegia is basically a death sentence in the
Mhm.
Middle Ages. But, people who had turned out paraplegic for whatever reason, they would have been carried around. There weren't really mobility devices. I mean, for
Yeah.
long travel, they had wagons, right? I mean, if you're out
Mm,
in a space where a wagon would work, you could use a wagon. But inside an interior space, it really seems like you would be carried around. But the harsh reality is that beyond people who were maimed, um, often you didn't survive your injuries if you got maimed that way. Like you died of septicemia,
Yeah.
you bled out, you know, it just it is, I would say that mobility issues are definitely less common than they are now, because we're we're more advanced, we have more medical advancements that allow those people to not die. They can live through those
Yeah,
injuries.
that's very
And
true.
I know a lot of people
Mm.
at events who need mobility devices like the scooters. In their case, it's more because they have arthritis, or something like that, or in a lot of cases their body mass makes it so that they can't walk long distances, right? And that's just not something, it didn't happen very often that you could achieve that body mass in the Middle Ages.
Yeah, it's very, very true. Moving on,
Me
because we've been
too, we
on this
haven't
for like
gotten to
for an
anything,
hour now
we've gotten
talking
to
about
like two
reenactment.
slides.
Yeah, but these
I
are
know,
just
I know.
two
Well,
deep
we can
conversations.
always
But
cover
that's
the
that's the
news we
fun of
didn't get
medieval.
to next week. I mean, it's medieval news. It's not exactly breaking. So,
Breaking news it just
right.
in: Henry V is dead. Mhm.
Okay. So, were there any other questions or comments that we should address before?
I think we're grand when it comes down to just recapping on the events that happened over the summer. However, which one are we going to? Between Slavic
Did I miss
rituals
one?
and
It's
Christianity,
jumping around.
um,
Okay. Let's see.
the
Yeah.
Norman.
Good.
Oh yeah,
Okay. There we go.
oh yeah, we
There
can
we
start
go.
with that
Got
one.
it.
I don't mind which way we go. Yeah, this one. Oh my God, this is the reason why politicians should never mix with living history events, or even historical events and stuff. Just as a foundation from my own background, I do myself, if you haven't copped on at this stage, myself and Rachel both do living history and reenactment. We dress up as a bunch of lunatics and try to reenact what they did in the past, because it's
We do.
insane, but we like to do it anyway. Yeah, completely insane. It's
It
not
is
normal,
not.
but we do it. But with that, over my own experience in Ireland, we've managed to so far recreate various. Somebody was triggered by this. I can cover this from the get go, re bitch about this again. We recreated Viking events. And when I say Viking events, I mean an umbrella term for Gaelic events. What was it called? Gaul Gael events, which are directly translated as foreign Irish, which from our modern interpretation is Irish Viking, basically
Right.
people who lived in cities in Ireland. And we've managed to recreate some of these great anniversaries and stuff. And I said Viking event, and somebody got triggered on the word Viking. So when I say Viking, I mean basically as a whole all the historical events that happened in the 9th and 10th century, and that includes the Battle of Clontarf. So that's what I mean when I say Viking event. We've managed to successfully recreate the Battle of Clontarf back in 2014. We created various other major historical Viking battles around that as well, with the majority of it being Gaelic victories, by the way, over the likes of the Norwegians, the Danish, and the Gaul Gael. So it is a celebration of Gaelic history and culture. Okay. Before somebody gets panicky again, like, oh my God, you're
Oh my
celebrating the
God.
invaders. So, no, actually, we
You're
won those
celebrating the
battles.
invaders. Oh my God.
Stop. Some people are mental online. Regardless, we managed to successfully celebrate all that kind of stuff. And then we transitioned into celebrating the Norman, well, I wouldn't say celebrating, doing the anniversaries of the Norman invasions, because they're very important, right? And before that, I think it was back in 2018, 2019, then we had to stop it because the coronavirus finally came in and wrecked up all our beautiful events. We were successfully doing all of these Norman, recreating the Norman events in Ireland with no opposition. There was absolutely no problems. So historians were able to do big talks on the events, and living historians were able to do these big, massive battles and stuff, and show Irish people our own history. And this is where we come from. And then eventually our conclusion at the end of it was like, okay, so the Normans came in, they were the invaders, they committed horrendous acts in this country. And then eventually they got digested into the society. They married local Irish women. They started to fight with the Irish against other invaders coming in. And eventually, as the quote comes, they became more Irish than the Irish themselves. Why? Because then you had the English who were invading into the country, and then those people wanted them to become English, and so in retaliation, they became even more Irish than the Gaelic people who were living beside them. So the saying "more Irish than the Irish themselves" starts to come over and over and over again, right? Now, that's very important because recently, the French government invited, I think in the last few months or so, this was all covered, by the way. If you want to get the full picture of this, definitely head over to Irish History podcast that's run by Fin Dwyer, where he covers basically everything that's gone on so far. But basically, over in his podcast, I'm just giving a very light summary of what happened. But basically, the Irish government was invited over to France, and basically they started organizing. France in 2027, they want to have an anniversary of William the Conqueror. Now, this is from a French perspective. From a French perspective, the Normans didn't do anything because it's a French perspective. You have to look at it from their side of view, and they saw not invasions, they saw immigration. Okay, so that's their view and interpretation, and that's nothing. I don't think there's. Trying to word this correctly is funny, but there's nothing wrong from having that view, but still, in the end of the day, that's why we should improve our education. So when we make certain comments and stuff, it's not.
The word
migration
isn't usually accompanied by a host with weapons.
Yeah,
migration, that's not what migration means.
Yeah. So when the Irish came over for this kind of talk about having this big, massive celebration throughout Europe about the Norman migrations, the Irish who were talking to the French diplomats at the time, they knew where they were coming from, and they were like, oh yeah, this is a great idea. We can now bring tourism into Ireland, because if we bring all these living historians from France, from England, and also historians coming over from France and England, and then talk to our historians and our living historians and stuff, we can have huge events. There'll be big budgets for this. It'll be absolutely amazing. The problem is exactly what I'm trying to say now, is that they went in front of the Dáil and they started saying about this healthy migration of Normans going from France to Ireland inside of the Dáil, full of people who are not really the best at looking at things from a medieval. Oh yeah, you can see the car crash already. The car's driving into the wall here, like. But they don't have a medieval perspective. Like, they don't understand war bands or the fact that you're dealing with warlords. None of that stuff. I'm still stuck on
healthy migration.
Yeah. And this is the way that Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil were kind of like the government was looking at it. And of course, when they were saying this, you had the opposition government. And straight away, because it's the opposition government, they did as they do best, take it from the opposite perspective. And they were like screaming from the top of the voice, this is disgraceful. We shouldn't have any of this. How dare you romanticize invasion into our country? The key word there being country, because people didn't have an understanding of country back then. You're like, as I was saying earlier, it's warlords, it's, war bands. The whole idea of country and nationalism and Brian Brew with the tricolour, it just doesn't compute. But that's the perspective that the Irish government has. And so this has turned into a big, massive political car crash. Fin Dwyer has a full podcast. Definitely head over to Fin Dwyer's at Irish History Podcast. He has an entire podcast on that over on Spotify. So definitely listen to that first. And now he's got a reaction video on his YouTube. So when you finish listening to that, I think about 8 hours ago, he made a reaction video over on his channel. So definitely when you finish watching that, if you want another broader picture, definitely head over to his YouTube where he's made another reaction video to everything that's been going on. If you want to catch up to how much of a car crash medieval politics has come from a modern perspective.
Let me be clear that the Normans did not do anything that any other invader has not done in the history of invasions. Like whatever they did is no more or less horrible than what the Anglo-Saxons, the Angles did when they came into the Ireland, than the Saxons did when they came into England, then the Gauls did, then the Celts did when they came through. I mean, but I would never call any of those actual invasions with weapons migrations. That's crazy. That is wow. Wow. I mean, honestly, the so-called barbarian invasions are actually more accurately defined as migrations than the Norman incursion into Ireland, into Eire, right?
Yeah. It's a crash anyway, because it's complicated. It is very, 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 very complicated, because no matter which way you go about it, there's a lot of exploitation going on, because every single time you do have characters in the era itself trying to fix everything, and the moment they fix things in place, you have various other characters who say, yeah, I'll follow those rules, and straight away they're exploiting once again. So you could turn around and you can actually find evidence that there's attempted healthy migration. But the reason why the Normans are like, yeah, we'll play by the rules, we'll come in here, we'll defend the lands of Leinster and stuff, and then suddenly they're capturing land outside of Leinster. That's taking advantage of the situation. So anytime you can find evidence of quote unquote what they're referring to as healthy migration, it's actually a disguise, even in the era itself, of them taking advantage of the situation. Now, the problem I have with all of this is that there is an opportunity, because there's grants and all this stuff here to promote Irish history. I'm looking at this stuff and going, wow, if we can fix this mess, we can actually have some spectacular anniversaries here. We can have a spectacular what was it called? For historians to have these great speeches and stuff, debate and talk about these things. But the problem is now everybody's taking this from a modern perspective rather than looking at this from a medieval perspective. So for me, I'm looking at the headache of people looking at this from a modern perspective rather than a medieval perspective, which kind of kills a lot of joy for me. But I'm really still, fingers crossed, hoping that things can be very, very quickly fixed. Fin Dwyer, unlike myself, I when it comes down to modern history and stuff, I get a little bit too passionate about it, and I say all the wrong things, and I'm not really. It's just not my cup of tea as a whole. Medieval history, on the other hand, love medieval history. I have my own opinion, and I always get very healthy mix. So I always have a better experience when it comes down to covering medieval history and stuff. It's more of my cup of tea and more of my field of expertise. Fin Dwyer, on the other hand, he's always been exceptionally good at going between medieval history and modern history. So I'm hoping for more historians like Fin Dwyer, who is just a legend at the game when it comes down to going between modern Irish history and medieval history. So hopefully we can get to a stage where people will eventually fix, the mistakes the politicians have now made.
It's an interesting question. Like, should Ireland celebrate William the Conqueror? And it's like, I don't know if anyone should celebrate William the Conqueror. I mean, or should we celebrate any conquerors, right? It's like, it's always the question, right? Should we, in our modern world, should we celebrate conquerors or not, of the past, obviously, because the mores of those eras are completely different from our modern mores. We can't, now I'm happy to look like Christopher Columbus is a good example, actually, Cristobal Colombo, right? Colon. So even in his own era, he was recognized as a monster. He was the way he was
Yeah.
governing these, Hispania, Hispaniola, was so horrifying and
Mm.
so cruel that he was recalled to Spain in chains. So even his own contemporaries thought he was a monster. So maybe we shouldn't celebrate him if even his own people thought he was a monster, right? If you're a monster by modern
Mm.
standards and by your contemporary standards, you're probably not worthy of celebration. But on the other hand, William, for all of the, yeah, I mean, I'm going to say it, probably war crimes he committed, or he ordered, or that happened
Yeah.
under his command, because I come from a military family, so I understand things from that perspective. For all of that, there was brilliance, right? There was real brilliance about what he did and the
Mm-hmm.
way he went about it. So celebrate might be the wrong word, but maybe we should, examine the accomplishments from a strategic level, from a practical level, from the level of commanding resources, and from establishing a power base on an island that had not been unified for very long, and even wasn't unified technically when he got, I mean, it wasn't even unified when he got there, right? There was Scotland and there was Wales, and those were separate polities even. So it's yeah, should anyone, I think it shouldn't even be a question, should Ireland celebrate him, should anyone, and that's, I don't have the answer for that, right?
Yeah. Yeah. What I'll do is I'll wait to see what historians want to react. I'm hoping more people rather than just Finn Dwyer alone, because Finn Dwyer wants to focus on his actual project right now, which is on the Irish Rebellion of 1798. That's his main focus, and that's what he's writing books and doing his work on right now. And he said he wants to focus on that for the time being. But hopefully, more historians will get involved and have this argument and discussion, especially on the likes of social media and within the universities with academics and stuff, having this negotiation. Fix it. This needs to get fixed. I want to see big events happening in Ireland. I don't mind if we're celebrating Diarmid MacMahon the More, who was King of Ireland at the time. Sinn Féin said that as a compromise, they want to see Diarmid MacMahon the More being celebrated, who was King of Ireland at the time. I think we should celebrate him if that's a conclusion we're willing to get to. And his connection, and he had connections with the Anglo-Saxons who were opposed to the
Right.
Normans at the time. So there, if that's the conclusion that we're going to get to, fair enough. If we want to celebrate the Normans coming into Ireland and then becoming more Irish than the Irish themselves, yeah, that seems like a great idea as well. If the French living historians want to come over to Ireland, once again, negotiations need to come in. We need to talk about these things. What way do we want to go about this? So hopefully more people will jump on board. When it comes down from a modern perspective, I wouldn't be the best person to have a conversation with. To be honest with you, I can't understand why we all just can't click in place, but it is more complicated, especially with the fact, and this is the number one problem here, Ireland has only just finished a war with Britain in 1998, and those feelings are very, very raw. That's the number one biggest problem here
Right.
when having this conversation, which Finn Dwyer had kind of alluded to and indicated, but I'm just said it bluntly. We're very still raw because that war only finished in 1998. And I know people turn around and refer to as the Troubles, and when various stuff happens, it's kind of like, oh, well, the bunny went missing last night. People like to avoid the conversation rather than take it full on. But it was still ultimately a war in Britain and Ireland pretty much between the two countries, which is very raw. It went on between 1969 all the way up to 1998. And people need to remember that. That's why people are very kind of iffy and
Right.
touchy about all of it, That's such in our lifetime, like.
Yeah, it's funny how you're right. We refer to it as the Troubles in America, right? And it's not really viewed as a, it's not really viewed as a
Everyone
war at
does.
all. It's
Yeah.
viewed as a violent political struggle. I mean, yeah, right,
Yeah. But even like
Yeah,
if
I
you watch
watched
the
Dairy
TV
Girls.
show Dairy Girls, they're in the front line.
It's brilliant.
It's brilliant, isn't it? But even in Dairy Girls, you don't see a single actual physical violence in any of it. It's always a wink, wink, and a nod, and a packet of crisps. You have two forms of the same packet of crisps. You have the Protestant
Right.
potatoes and the Catholic potatoes. And it's always the hint indication going, there was a bit of violence over there, but it's never directly said. So even the people in the fire itself were like, "Oh, this is only a bit of troubles. I'm grand. I'm fine." Sir, you're on fire.
Right.
And that's the reality.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's a good question. Should we celebrate William the Conqueror? And I'll be interested to see where that goes. What's the comments section saying about it?
Hopefully. The comment section is basically I think it's basically going on about a bunch of random stuff, really. Not directly at it yet. Overall, there's kind of people there's one question I want to get back to. Somebody asked about, did the Irish have any connection with the Portuguese? I want to touch that just as we go on with the presentation and stuff, because it's connected with the Norse-Gaels. The Irish Vikings, also known as the Hiberno-Scandinavians, the men of Dublin, Waterford, Cork, and Limerick, the Gaul Gael, the Foreign Irish, they have trade connections going into Portugal and stuff, where they're both trading with that area, which isn't Portugal at the time. And then they're also raiding that whole area as well. And then when eventually you have the Reconquista that reaches into Portugal and stuff, Portugal kind of is on the opposite side, sort of on the opposite side to the likes. Me and Rachel were joking about this last night, actually, how you have Seamus, the White Earl Butler, and also James, the usurper Fitzgerald, who were close buddies, who were running the Irish Parliament at the time, pretty much independently from England in the 15th century. And technically, they're sort of at war with England, which is called the Talbot, the Talbot-Butler feud, okay? And it's a part of the 100 Years' War. So technically, they're sort of at war with Portugal in a way, but not really directly. Butler doesn't really see himself at war with the English itself. It's sort of more of a private war than anything else, because Butler, once Talbot is in France fighting, and the main English military force is in France fighting Joan of Arc, Butler turns around to Fitzgerald and is like, "I want to go see my cousins. Do you want to come with me?" "Sure, we're not at war with the King of England, so it's perfectly fine." So while Talbot and the entire English military force is in France, Butler and Fitzgerald go off into England to see their cousins, spend a good few months there in England, and then come back over to Ireland. So it's complicated.
But actually, when are we going to actually talk about the Portugal? Because I can contribute to the Portugal conversation, but you've got something later for that.
I can go into I'm going to go into a bit of the early medieval history later on, because we're covering the museums and stuff, so I can talk a wee bit about that.
Was the question if Ireland has a connection to Portugal?
Yeah, what's the connections between Ireland and Portugal? Do the Irish have some connections with Portugal at all during the medieval era?
But in the first millennium, Portugal is controlled by the Moors. They're controlled by the Moors. I mean, so later on in the 15th century, there are big trade connections between Ireland and Portugal. Portugal is at this very strategically located position for trade routes, because you've got the Mediterranean, the ships coming out of the Mediterranean with all those goods. And remember, everyone, shipping was a way safer way to send your goods than over land, and faster, infinitely faster than sending your goods over land. Oh, really? Okay, I've got to go. Apparently, my laptop has drained itself down. Let me go grab the thing, my charging cable.
Oh, the joys. Do I have any water? No, I don't. What happened to the monastic Catholicism in Ireland? Could you kind of open up with that wee bit more? What do you mean by that? Because the monastic settlements don't really go anywhere. I know Henry VIII goes in there and burns a good few of them and loots them, but they are rebuilt afterwards. A lot of them are still active today if they haven't become tourist spots. Like here in Cashel, that's become a tourist spot. And this was originally, originally would have been a fortification for the Oenachta. And then when the O'Briens had taken over Cashel, they handed it over to the church, and this became a monastic settlement where then the McCartys had built Cormac's Chapel. So a lot of the monastic settlements, if they're still owned by the church, or they have been handed over to the state, and now they're tourist areas where they promote early medieval history and stuff. So
Yeah.
they're still there today.
Yeah, a
No
lot
one's
of in
bulldozed over
in
them.
a lot of many parts of Europe, a lot of the because no one seems to be signing up for a monastic life anymore. Not many people, anyway. So a lot of those monasteries have been turned into museums and event spaces. So you can actually, for those of you who are looking for medieval living history event sites, you might want to look into your local monasteries. I'm not kidding you if you're in Europe. Because the beautiful thing about these monastic settlements is they have these huge basilicas usually, and all a basilica is a giant great hall. So you'd actually have room, and they deconsecrate them when they turn them into event sites. They deconsecrate the church. They don't. It's not still an active church. So you've got these massive churches that can be used as great halls. So then you actually do have an indoor space that's big enough for your feast and all of your speeches and all of your activities, right? So check out your monasteries for your medieval event space.
Should more churches be returned back to the Roman Church? No, the Roman Church right now doesn't have the budget to maintain them. That's why they were handed over to the state, and that's why they're continued to be handed over to the state in the United States of America. So there's not so much of a transition happening in Ireland right now, but it is happening over in America. And if you want to look into the controversy, I know I'm the worst person to actually have this conversation and stuff, but look into, I think it's one of the famous pop stars had a huge problem with the church, with nuns actually in California. Oh God, it's the one who made that song, I Kissed the Girl. I can't remember her name, but she tried buying up church land, and there were a bunch of nuns in it, and it caused loads and loads of problems down the line and stuff between the church, the nuns, and also this particular pop star in California. So definitely look up that one. I can't remember her name right now, and I should do. I Kissed the Girl. 1 second. I Kissed. It is Katy Perry. That's one. So look up that one, Katy Perry and nuns. It'll pop up on YouTube and stuff. So definitely watch out for that one. And those videos actually explain what's going on between the church and the state in the United States right now, and how the Roman Church is actually cutting back its budget when it comes down to the development of monastic settlements.
I mean, most people don't realize that most churches and most denominations of Christianity, the actual church itself, the church building in the parish is not funded centrally, right? Like my local, I'm actually Catholic. The parish where I grew up was called St. John's. That church is not owned by Rome. That's not owned by the Vatican. It's part of the parish. It's the property of the parish. And if the parish dwindles and goes away, then there's no more, because it's donations. That's what those weekly donations go. Those go towards the running of the church. You know, it's not cheap to operate these large buildings. So, you know, if there's no longer a congregation, then, you know, to say, should it be returned to the Roman Church? You mean to whom? Do you mean the parish? Do you mean the bishopric, the archbishopric? You mean just we're going to give it to the Vatican? I mean, that happened in medievally. You know, members of the nobility would die, and even the merchant class, and they would will vast swaths of land to the church, but you still need money to maintain it. And, you know, I don't know about you, but I really don't want the Vatican to liquidate its collection of art in order to fund, to operate lands in the middle of Germany or whatever. I'd rather that we have that museum that everyone can go and visit those beautiful treasures. And of course, their amazing library where you can go and make an appointment and you can go and check out those manuscripts. So that takes money too, operating and maintaining those things.
Yeah, that's very, very, very true. I suppose we're finished talking about that topic there
Oh,
on the Normans.
yeah. Oh,
Would you mind just
Portugal.
flying
I
ahead
didn't
a wee
finish
bit?
Portugal really quickly. Yeah, so
Oh yeah,
Lisbon
yeah.
and Porto were major trade ports on the Atlantic that connected the Mediterranean to
Mm,
the rest of Europe, so to the British Isles, but also to Scandinavia and the Baltic states. So many merchant companies from the Italies especially had trade posts. That makes it sound like it's some kind of little
mm,
stall. They had branch offices that were lovely and beautiful in Lisbon and Porto. And so the ships would come there and they would actually swap cargo. So the ship would go from, say, Livorno, which was Florence's port, to Portugal. And then the same company, they would have a ship that was coming from Waterford to Lisbon. And then they would exchange cargo.
mm,
So exports from Ireland, specifically the famous Irish frieze wool and the Irish brat were being exported, and then they would swap for silk and luxury goods from Florence. So yeah, big trade ties,
mm,
at
mm.
least with Portugal in the sense of, but that's the 15th century, by the way, at least in the sense of like Portugal is a waypoint. At an official level, well, with whom in Ireland do you mean is going to have an official tie with the Kingdom of Portugal?
Yeah. Because it's funny because I was actually, which book is that? That is the book on the Geraldines. Actually covers all that stuff, and is actually the man who's actually at war with bloody England at the time. At war with Talbot, not
Right,
England, quote unquote. It is James the Usurper Fitzgerald who makes all those connections with Florence. So he would have been the one that had set up the connections with Portugal and stuff with Seamus, the White Earl Butler, inside of the Irish Parliament. So the two of them inside of the Irish Parliament would have organised all that stuff. Um, so it would have been the two of them that would have organised everything that was going on at the time until after the Talbot feud when Butler and the Fitzgeralds have a falling out, which leads into the Ireland, what was it? The Wars of the Roses in Ireland, which was fought between the Fitzgeralds and Butlers over the power
right.
of the
So
Irish
yeah, I mean, yes,
Parliament.
there were ties for certain, absolutely.
Mm.
And but it's like again, who that the political organization of Ireland in the 15th century is real messy. So, it's like,
Yeah.
who do you mean? Do you mean the Waterford? Do you mean Limerick? Do you mean Cork? Do you mean like the cities or the Irish Parliament, as you said? Or but technically,
Mm.
it's all technically, who's the ruler, right?
Yeah. Because they're
Yeah,
all like smokes and mirrors. It's whoever is,
right.
well, it's meant to be the Lord Deputy. The Lord Deputy is sort of the guy who takes, and that's why they're constantly fighting over that title of Lord Deputy because they're the one, that's the person then that pretty much takes charge of the Irish Parliament and then from there takes control of the island. And it's kind of in a funny place because of the English Pope way back in the 12th century who declared that technically speaking, a foreign king, who's the King of England, should be the Lord Protector of Ireland. But then his representative is the Lord Deputy of Ireland. So technically speaking, the Pope has is the protector, but then has put the a foreign king, the English king, in charge as
Right.
Lord Protector of Ireland, who then in return has made the Lord Deputy of Ireland in charge of the administration and
Yep.
running of the island.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So yes, Portugal had trade ties with Ireland. But also Portugal and England
Yeah.
were close allies. Please, everyone needs to remember that. They were super close allies all the way up to in the end of the 15th century
Mm,
also. So it's allyship in the medieval period is not like it was in the early 20th century where being an ally means you start a world war because one of your people gets killed, your friends gets killed, right? It's not the same thing.
mm.
Okay. Okay. Let me change the
Yo.
view. Got it. Okay.
Right, just to catch everyone up, earlier on I was talking about various perspectives of Christianity and paganism inside of Ireland, and how when you had the arrival of Christianity into Ireland, it was taken from a very At first, it was taken from a very local perspective in Ireland, as in when you had a Irish missionary, a Christian missionary that came into a village and explained who is Jesus. Do you know Jesus? Have you met Jesus? As they knock at the doors and stuff. I think everyone's had that at some stage where somebody has knocked at the door and went, "Hey,
Yeah.
sir, have you met Jesus?" and has the Bible and all. That was going on in various settlements inside of Ireland. And what happened is that people had different interpretations of this Jesus guy. And a lot of people seen him at first as just being another god. He was just like, well, you know, I have my local Morgan, which the other village down the road was talking about. And I have my perspective of who is Morgan. And now I have Jesus, and I have my own perspective of who is Jesus and this Jesus guy. And so it appears to us, now I don't specialize in Polish history, so maybe Rachel will do a whole load of corrections on me. But recently there's been archaeological digs inside of Poland, and a lot of these grave sites where they've been finding this kind of a mix of Christian and paganism. It seems to be the same thing happening again, where you have these grave sites where we have a mixture of Christian and Slavic paganism going on. And it seems that when Jesus arrived, a lot of people seen him from their own perspective, rather than seeing it from a perspective of a centralized Christianity, where everyone has just the one view of what is Christianity. It seems to us, looking at the grave sites, that every individual seems to have their own interpretation. So some of the grave sites seem to be just pure Christian. And then we have other sites that seem to be just basically a mix of Slavic, you know, worshipping different Slavic gods and goddesses. And then in between, we seem to have a few grave sites in Poland that seem to be a mixture of Christian and Slavic. So it seems that some people took on this kind of, you know, Jesus god or goddess and looked at it from their own perspective. And so this grave site that we found over in Poland is very important to find evidence to prove that it seems to us, just like we can see with Celtic paganism, we can see the same thing in Slavic paganism again, where it's not centralized. It seems to be every single village and settlement seems to have their own interpretation of the gods and goddesses. And then with the arrival of Christianity into the area, when people are hearing and being told about the Bible and this kind of Jesus fella that people are taking on from their perspective, rather than a centralization that you see later on with a more centralized Christianity coming in, especially as we were saying early on as well, with the likes of the Teutonic Knights who are just like, no, you worship Jesus exactly the way we say.
And that's, you know, that's that kind of development, you know, you see that not just in Christianity, Buddhism, wherever Buddhism has gone, it has been localized. So Buddhism in Korea coexists with the older traditions of animist, you know, an animist approach to spirituality. So like here in Korea, every mountain has a god or goddess, like its own god or goddess. And they are considered by Korean Buddhists to be part of the Buddha's universe, right? So for them, it's the Buddha and then the mountain god or goddess, and then, you know, the Bodhisattva and other kind of Buddhist saints, right? So, but that's the Korean version of Buddhism. If you go to Thailand, Buddhism is yet again something different. You know, it's like at the top, at the level of Buddha, it's very, very similar across all flavors of Buddhism. But it's kind of when you get below the CEO level of Buddha, that things get, you know, that things vary. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me that here. And do you know what was the date on these? Do you remember what the date on these graves?
I think it's set around I think it's the 8th and 9th century
Right.
is where it's around dated to from, which makes perfect sense because that's when you see Christianity starting to go into what we now call the Polish area, because these are still, like when I listen to Polish historians who special in early medieval history, you can't look at it as a realm of Poland per se. It was still a Slavic realm rather than a Polish realm per se, because you're still looking at a confederation of war
Yeah,
bands
it's
and
still it's still
warlords and stuff
it's still
rather
rather
than much
tribal
more
at this time,
centralized.
actually, in that part of the world, and
Yeah.
that's kind of hard for us to imagine because the Soviet Union made everything, you know, very nation state. But yeah, no, that completely tracks that in the 8th or 9th century, you're still going to see this combination of traditions. You're going to have some people who may have converted for practical purposes, i.e., because it would get them better business deals or would get them higher up in whatever the local, hierarchy was. But, on the underneath their surface level conversion, they're still continuing to worship in, the old ways as well, or instead of that. I mean, that happened, God knows, in France.
Yeah. Well, as the comment section pointed out there, this is the period where we start to see saints
Yep.
popping in there. And so saints are also mixing in there as well, which
Yep.
is such a good point to bring up. The fact that people having this interpretation of going, hey, that guy's just like so-and-so. We'll
Yep.
worship that person as a saint. And so you can see how complicated it is as well, because myself and the wife were saying that this morning about Saint Brigid and the fact that we don't have solid evidence of a Saint Brigid actually existing in that spot, but we do get an indication that there does seem to be a goddess Brigid in that area. And then on top of that, we do actually have in Ireland, there's people that embody the god and goddesses, and we do actually inside of the literature have somebody who's in charge of the spiritual aspect in the Kildare area, who happens to be referred to as Brigid, who perhaps may be converted over to Christianity, and as part of her conversion then became a living saint. So she embodies the spiritual aspect of the previous goddess. She converts to Christianity, and then she becomes the walking embodiment of, no, it's not a case of the spirit Brigid possesses her. No, the Lord Savior is inside of her. Maybe that's what happened. That's only one theory, to be quite honest with you. I have no evidence of any of that, but that may or may not have happened, because we do actually have a Brigid that's running around in around 500 AD, and I do believe she did exist. I do believe there is a woman that is running around the island called Saint Brigid, and in Ireland as well at the time, you do have people that embody gods and goddesses. So I do believe perhaps maybe she was called Brigid, and then she was taking on this, the spirit of the god and goddess that was living and from that area.
I mean, absolutely.
So
it's, there's God knows in early Christianity, it's like Isis, Virgin Mary, say hello to the mother of God. There's so many, there's so many parallels. And that's in part, I feel that's because at our base level, humans share a certain similar psychology that dates back to, 500,000 years ago. So, we feel drawn to these similar concepts naturally. And then if you have this system of belief, and then this new system of belief comes along and it has the same trappings, it's very comforting, and you can just slide right in. So yeah,
that's it.
Any comments or questions that we need to address before we move on?
Just various opinions on both the whole Teutonic Order kind of forcing its way in with the bow down to none but God only, the kind of interpretation that Teutonic Order would have had at the time, and then various interpretations from the Holy Roman Empire and stuff within the areas. So it's more or less opinions rather than
good. Lively
questions,
chat is all good. The Teutonic Order is not my specialty. That part of Europe is not my specialty, so I can't really contribute anything to it. So let us move on, and let me go there. Okay.
So we're getting more finds. The creepy head. I seen that one. I was like, oh, that's a weird little title to give it. But yeah, there was more archaeological work done around the same period. We're getting more finds from around the 9th and 10th century. I'm not quite sure. This hasn't been dated yet, this head. It was done in a Viking site up around the Orkneys. It was done up around a kind of what we refer to as a Norse-Gaelic site. So it would have been a site that would have been a mixture of both Gaelic and kind of Norwegian people of the period. And so archaeologists were working in the Orkneys when suddenly they found this head. It hasn't been dated yet, but when the archaeologist was working away, this head suddenly appeared, peeking at her and smiling. So it ends up making the front cover of the, I think it's the New York
Oh,
Post,
New York
and
Post,
it ends
huh?
up
Oh
popping up
boy.
there. I think that's the
Oh,
one.
they're
Why?
a
What's wrong with
they're
the
a
New York
right-wing
Post?
sensationalist rag, but that's okay.
Oh,
No, no,
well, this wasn't too bad,
but if that was
actually.
the
I think this was
headline, I mean,
just
the
kind of,
sensationalist part for certain. Student finds creepy ancient head that stares back at
oh,
her on remote farm. Nice,
yeah.
nice. Do they know what they don't know what it is though? They're not they
Mm.
don't know if it's like a plate or I'm confident that the first thing someone said is, "Oh, this must be a god."
I haven't. I ran through it, and a lot of people. So basically, the university found it, and the university has brought it back to. I think it's the. Oh God, it's one of these Scottish universities, and it's gone completely all in my head right now. But they're trying to first off determine and date it, which hasn't been released to the public yet, and we still don't know. We're still quite. We're not kind of sure what it exactly did it do? Was it just there for comfort purposes? Was it there to represent somebody? Because when it comes down to heads, that whole area of the Orkneys, especially from a Gaelic perspective, remembering now that you have the kind of Celtic culture of what was it? Head hunting culture. So there is head worshipping going on in Celtic literature, especially of what we call the Fenians, who in the mythology they're referred to as the Fenians, and in reality they were referred to as the Kerns, and also the Gaul Gael, the foreign Irish as well, have a tendency of once they beat you, of decapitating you afterwards, and then
Nice.
walking around with your head tied onto their belt. And then when it comes down to feasting, they will take your head out of a bag or from around their hip and stuff and place it next to the feast. And they will talk to you as though you're still alive and living. And they will pass their food around the place, and they will put bits of the food into your mouth as well. And this is both active within not just the mythology, but also inside of literature to do with the likes of the Orkney sagas and Null saga as well, where we see indications and hints at headhunting culture. And then various areas where we see fighting to do with the Hiberno Scandinavians and the Irish Kerns. We see decapitation. So when we're digging up sites around York and stuff, we find entire
Right.
graves where the head is missing, which indicates once again to headhunting culture. But English historians are debating with Irish historians that it could have been revenge for attacks as well. So it could be a case of you decapitate my friend, I decapitate your friend. So blood for blood,
Right. Lex
tit for tat,
Talionis. Yeah.
eventually.
Oh, good. Fun
Yeah.
times. Fun times. I just love.
Oh, I. So the head could be connected to that. It could represent somebody's head and was taken out for various feasts and stuff. We don't know yet, and academics for the time being are kind of looking at that and reviewing it to see what the
Yeah,
story is.
it'd be nice if we come to the conclusion it's decorative, right? If for once it
Mm.
doesn't have any cultic significance, it's not ritual in its purpose. It's just humans like pretty things, and someone thought that was pretty. Just
Could be.
archaeologists are and like to I have a feeling the impression I always get reading their reports is that they like to overinterpret on the side of must be religious, must be ritual in nature, instead of
Mm.
people just like pretty things. Sometimes they do. And I mean, would I want that? Hanging on my wall staring at me? Probably not, but someone would love it.
Yeah, it's always someone
Right.
to love something.
Okay, any questions or comments to be addressed before we move on?
Just curious to where exactly the head was found. Scotland, Ireland. Where the exact location is on a map, I'm not quite sure. PowerPoint slide written there is kind of the only information I have. But yeah, I don't exactly have pinpoint exactly where found. And other than that, it's just a few people making a few jokes at Trump. But other than that,
Oh,
no.
shoot, I didn't see that, but now I can't unsee it.
No.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Poor man.
Brilliant. Okay. Oh, no, that's definitely not what I wanted to do. Don't do that. Don't be that way. Okay.
Okay,
Student
so
strikes gold. Yeah.
so we have another potential, and remember, the last one was the potential Hiberno-Scandinavian find. This is also another Hiberno-Scandinavian found on this road. This road here, going from Edinburgh all the way down to York, every single time, without fail, archaeologists have found something. Every single time they've even done the slightest road, there's always bits and bobs. What's happened is that there's a road on this area that dates back to both the Roman era, and it's used actively throughout the entirety of the early medieval period. And so every single time they do any form of archaeological work around here, they're finding Roman finds all the way up to what was it called? Hiberno-Scandinavian finds, Irish Viking
Right.
finds. They're finding Northumbrian finds. They're finding Anglo-Saxon finds.
I mean,
They're finding Scottish
it's
finds.
basically a highway that's been around for 2,000 years at this point. It.
Yeah. And people marching on it drop stuff all the time, and you can find it all over the place. So every single time, without fail, any bit of archaeological work that has been done so far has had a find. They've hit gold. At this point, Time Team were having a discussion. They didn't. They were having a discussion on should they fund doing an archaeological dig on that road itself between Edinburgh down to York, because they know for a fact they will find something every single time. I can't remember which they confirmed overall, but yeah, it's just a brilliant road, and there is a lot of people interested in funding more archaeological work on that road.
Yeah, I mean, God knows what else they'll find. I think there's a picture on the next slide, right, showing the thing they found.
Yeah,
Yeah, there it is.
you can see it there.
Right.
I'm not quite sure what that is, to be quite honest with you.
It
Either like.
So it looks like it goes on the end of a stick or something like that. Like it's some kind of finial, is what it looks like to me.
Yeah. It appears to be dated to a tree, and they believe from the design itself, it's either they're arguing and debating if it's Hiberno-Scandinavian or Northumbrian design on on it itself, but obviously it and arguing of what owns it is a Hiberno-Scandinavian find or a Northumbrian find. It is a 9th century find.
I mean, that's got to be really exciting for the student, to you're digging.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Because have you ever done you've participated in excavations, haven't you, Philip?
Yuki has. Big time.
Yuki has. Yeah.
I actually haven't.
Yeah.
No.
So then Yuki will know that for the most part they're boring. Very, very boring. Because you're just going layer by fine layer by layer of dust, basically, right? You're not, you're going to dig for a long time normally until you hit something. So to just, immediately come across that is pretty gratifying.
Absolutely remarkable. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say boring to Yuki. Yuki loves absolutely all of it. If she could return to it now, she wouldn't be like, she's doing accountancy right now, and we're near as much as she loves archaeology. You know.
Well, I guess what I mean is the excavation process. It's not you brush and there's another thing, and you brush and there's another thing. It's a tedious, drawn out process, and it can take you months before you actually hit a thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, that they that they just stumbled across this.
Yeah, and it's even worse in Ireland again, because in Ireland we have acid soil, so they will spend millions. Americans will spend a fortune going over to Ireland, going to a ring fort, expecting to have all these finds, and the citric acid has destroyed everything. You know, so by the time they're digging into the ground, everything has completely disappeared. So far, I think it's pretty much crannogs that are because crannogs are ring forts that are around the coastal area, and so every time they've done, because it's in the boggy water, they have found a lot of stuff in there, and it's there. I'm actually find Viking clothing and stuff. Well, I say Viking clothing, I mean stuff around that whole area, so we have a better idea how the Irish are dressing around the 9th and 10th century, because those the 9th 10th century, and then they kind of reappear again in around the 15th and 16th century. So hopefully we find stuff around that area to do with crannogs. But right now, when it comes down to ring forts, very hit or miss. And then when we do go into ring forts and we do get stuff, no clothing. It's always bits of a sword or a fine idea of what a sword may have looked like, or it's mostly jewelry. There's lots of jewelry finds and stuff, so they'll find bits of jewelry all over the place, and that's mostly what they're finding. There's no like finding like a perfect preserved body, perfect clothing and all that stuff just isn't appearing in ring forts. Random bog bodies as well, as you point out.
Yep. Bog bodies for the win.
I just read your mind. I saw it in your mind and I was like, it's mine now.
Yeah, bog bodies. I tell you, Ireland is fortunate that it has bogs. And that for some reason you all keep falling into them.
I'm not going to respond to that bit.
I mean, earlier on it was obviously human sacrifice, but later on, I don't think so. I think we know what happened, and it involved probably some ale, too much ale, maybe some cider if they had it imported from Brittany.
Big time.
And a walk home that ended in a bog.
Oh, chalk it down, especially that 15th century bog body. Well, we're assuming is a 15th century bog body. Well, I'm hoping it's a 15th century bog body of your man who looks like he took that shortcut and fell into the bog, and he's perfectly preserved in his outfit.
Yep. Yes, Mr. Sligo.
He's slowly becoming your husband, is he? Replacing your own.
Right. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments that we need to address from the chat?
Human sacrificing. Just people making comments on human sacrificing to do in Ireland, and also just in general. So it's just random opinions on what we're saying, which is definitely approved of. Definitely agree with everything that's been said, to be honest with you. Yeah. And carbon dating. Yeah, carbon dating does help as well.
It really does. Although depending on what it is you have to carbon date, that can be completely deceptive, depending on if there's corruption in the layers or if the object has been exposed to certain influences that actually corrupt the carbon degradation. Yeah. Or if the thing they end up dating is not the material itself, but some kind of contamination.
Yeah.
So you do have to be a little careful when it comes to carbon dating. Yeah. Okay. Next bit of news. What will it be? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. What's going on here?
Yeah. So, first off, I didn't know so this was an article from medievalists.net. Highly recommend their site. Danielle Sobalski and her team are excellent. Just want to give credit where credit is due. Apparently, I didn't know this until I read this article, but in most of Europe, eating horse meat in the Middle Ages, for most of it, eating horse meat was a taboo.
Mm.
So, which is interesting because in Finland, they still eat horse meat. So I guess it never became taboo there, or maybe it's come back into fashion. But
Ah.
the thought was that from until recently, the conventional wisdom knowledge amongst historians has been that the eating of horse meat basically went out with the spread of Christianity. And even the ancient Romans, though, viewed eating horse meat as something barbarians did,
Yeah.
apparently.
Yeah, because it's quite funny that Gerald of Wales, when he comes in here, claims, because the picture you're using there is actually a depiction from Gerald of Wales,
Right,
and he's trying to depict that the Irish kings enjoyed a horse. They had intercourse with a horse, and then they ate it. They batted inside of the horse, and then they ate the horse, and so that's them batting and eating the horse after they enjoyed the horse.
right,
And that was their kind of kingship rights. So when they became king, they all, as a gang, enjoyed the horse,
right.
batted with the horse, and ate the horse. And that was kind of the depiction that Gerald of Wales was trying to depict of the Irish, which is very, very strange because one of our goddesses is meant to be kind of being able to shape shift between a horse and a human form. So it would be kind of strange. And we do get a lot of indication that eating horse meat in Ireland is kind of frowned upon. So it's kind of strange that we have Irish kings allegedly eating horse meat. And I think what Gerald of Wales is doing is kind of just basically demonizing the Irish,
I
because
think so.
ultimately what Gerald of Wales is trying to do with the topography of Ireland, which this is from, the topography of Ireland is meant to justify the Fitzgeralds taking a whole load of, who were at the time a Welsh, they're kind of a Cambro-Norman knight, so they're half Norman, half Welsh, and they want territory in Ireland. And so Gerald of Wales is trying to justify to Henry II, hey, look, the Fitzgeralds, they can go in there and civilize these Irish kings who are clearly gratifying themselves with a horse, batting
Right.
with a horse, and eating a horse. These people are very uncivilized, and Henry II at the time is, the Lord Protector of Ireland. So, for the best interest, it would be good if the Fitzgeralds went in there and civilized
Right,
the
which
Irish.
completely tracks with the, like I said, conventional wisdom that in medieval Europe, eating horse
Mm,
meat was tantamount to barbarism. But
mm,
archaeology for the win. So even though there are lots of various sermons and writings against the eating of horse flesh by church leaders across the centuries, this is where it's important that we consider other sources of information in informing our picture of medieval material culture and actual daily practice. Because, of course, just
mm.
because the preacher says women shouldn't wear that headdress, that probably actually means they're wearing that headdress. that's not indicative of what they're
Yeah.
not doing. So
Well,
some archaeology, big archaeological study, a massive survey has been conducted in Hungary. And they have actually
mm,
been examining the bones from these various medieval sites in southern and eastern Hungary. And they have noticed a massive preponderance of slaughtered horse bones going all the way
mm.
up into the 13th century.
Wow.
And apparently, it lines the termination of that, that seems to stop drastically in the archaeological record at the time that the Mongolians invade, right? Right. So
Oh,
the
wow.
Mongolians invade in 1241 and they lay waste to Hungary. 50% of the population is slaughtered.
Mm,
It is one of those seismic events that completely rewrites Hungarian civilization, because after that there's basically a depopulation of the country, and Hungarian rulers reach out to Bohemia, to people living in Bohemia and in Austria and in Germany, and what's now Austria and Germany, into those German speaking parts of the world. And they say, please come and live here. We need bodies. Please come be bodies. So those parts of Europe were not peoples who ate horse meat. So they come in and they
mm.
introduce pork is was prominent in those medieval cultures. So that's why that's one of the big reasons that now in Hungary, pork is a really big part of their diet. It's because the
Mm,
Mongols laid waste to Hungary, well, what is Hungary now, in the 13th century. And also, apparently, they either stole or slaughtered lots of their horses. And so,
mm,
whereas before that, there was an abundance of both people and horses, after the Mongol invasion, no more horses. Horses became a rare commodity, so they stopped eating them. So,
mm.
it's very interesting that, yeah, it's funny. I just realized you're right. That's so that picture is definitely not the Hungarians. That's not the Magyars eating horse meat. That's supposedly the
Mm.
Irish king eating raw mare's flesh, right? But yeah, so
Mm.
that's why there's this big shift in Hungarian culture, just like overall in the 13th century, because of this massive kill off, thanks to the Golden Horde, um, you know, laying waste to the country.
Yeah, it's even interesting the type of comments that are popping up in the comment section. Just make sure when you guys are doing certain comments and stuff, for example, it seems that horse meat was more likely to be a taboo in the Mediterranean areas. However, it seems that the Goths, Huns, and later people may have eaten horse meat. I'm just
Yeah.
curious of the references to do that, where you're getting the information for all that kind of stuff. Not that I'm saying, oh, it didn't happen that the Huns were eating horse meat, or if they, weren't eating horse meat. I'm just
I
curious to see what
I
the references
so
are
for the
for
Hun for the
eating horse meat.
Huns, well, Attila actually lived in Rome for a long time, which most people don't know.
Yeah.
But also there were Roman historians, contemporaries, not historians. We call them historians
Mm,
now, but they were alive at the time, and they were just living their lives. Romans who went and lived amongst the Huns and actually wrote about their
mm,
observations. And I'm trying to remember one of them. He was a Roman general actually at the time, and I think I remember reading, I think he wrote about their consumption of horse flesh. Yeah, no, I would absolutely agree with that. That in the Mediterranean there was a taboo on eating horse flesh, and there wasn't amongst these nomadic peoples, which kind of made the Romans double down on the idea that eating horse flesh is barbaric, because for them it, like, literally the barbarians that they considered barbarians are eating horse, because they're, nomadic peoples have vast numbers of horses. That's what they have in abundance. So it makes sense that at the end of a horse's life, you slaughter it or you kill it or it dies and then you eat it. You don't just bury it or let it go to waste. Why would you do that?
yeah, exactly. And Richard brings up a very, very good point in the comment section there, that it was okay then for the conquistadors, who also, when they were in Europe, definitely frowned upon the eating of meat. That suddenly, when they're in the jungles of South America, then it became okay without hesitation to eat
Right.
horse meat. It seems very, how we say, God, what's the key word I'm looking for there? But it's just funny how these people from the Mediterranean frowned upon eating horse meat until they're in the same
So,
survival situation that the likes of the Huns,
right.
the Mermers, and the later Mongolians find themselves in. That suddenly, oh, now it's okay. It's okay when I'm in the situation, but when you're in the situation, no,
Yeah,
you're a
right.
savage.
So I actually learned by reading this article, I actually added my word of the day is is hippophagy. And I don't know if it could, or
Veggie?
hippophagy. I'm not certain where the accent is. English is a dumb language, but it literally means eating
Mm,
horses in Greek, right? So
yeah.
this is actually a word,
Ah.
hippophagy. And apparent, so the word they
Mm,
used is um um uh oh God, it was crucial hippophagy. No, darn it. Basically, it meant that you eat horses only in emergency situations. So after
mm,
that's the conquistadors, for instance. There they are in the jungles,
mm.
and they can't seem to catch anything. And in Brazil, in the Amazonian rainforest, right? So they start eating their horses. So that seems to happen pretty frequently when there's a siege happening and you've gone through all the regular sources of food, and or it's a famine, right? Then you start eating your horses. And they do throughout Europe, Europe archaeology in general, they do occasionally find because you can tell the difference between a slaughtered horse and a horse that's just decomposed, because there's marks on the bones and whatnot, and the bones are cut and that sort of thing. So they do occasionally find butchered horse bones in the archaeological record, but it's rare, and it nearly always lines up with famine or war or some kind of other shortage situation. But yeah, so it is interesting. It's all barbaric until we're going to die, and then it's not barbaric anymore.
Well, I think the comment section make a very good point as well, is that originally man's best friend was not a dog, but a horse. So if you're living in the Mediterranean and you have a very close relationship, especially a whole load of empathy towards your horse, and you hear about people far away eating horses, not being in their situation, yeah, it can be very understanding that they may have turned at their horse and looked, oh, Jesus, how could you do that to your horse? Would they not have the same close relationship as we do in the Mediterranean? Not understanding that those people off in the nomads of around the Mongolian area and the other areas of the steppes, that they in fact are in survival situations where they have to do a do or die. Do I kill and eat my horse, or do I starve to death? I'm out in a big open area. During the day, it's far too hot to find any food, and at nighttime it is too cold for anything to grow around here. I cannot find food. It's too big and open. I only have my horse. Do I kill my horse? And that's the situation that they do find themselves in.
My understanding of because the Mongols, still many nomadic peoples in the stands, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Mongolia, they still live this way. And my impression is that it's not so much that they're that they're slaughtering and eating horse meat out of that kind of, like, it's not that urgent. It's more like when the horse reaches its end of life, why are you going to waste all this good meat? Right. So and I do know that in Finland to this day, horse meat is a delicacy. If you go to Finland, I recommend you try horse meat. It's just a red meat, everyone. It's not like, I know we love horses, and I'm a horse girl, by the way. I'm a horsey crazy person, but I still will eat horse meat. So it's super tasty.
I think, it is true. Like when you go out to the proper eastern rural areas of Russia, and you go to live in small villages and stuff, if you have, and small villages where they just have a local shop, local houses, the difference being is during the winter in these places in Russia, it becomes do or die. And a lot of Americans who are former US Marines, veterans, they own YouTube channels and stuff, and they highlight over and over and over again, if you move to Eastern Russia and you do not have survival skills and you will not help the community, you'll become the biggest enemy to the village. The village will despise and hate you if you do not have survival skills. And also, you're not helping the community. If you're not going into that local shop, talking to everyone, being friendly, saying, oh, do you need any help at your house? If you do not have that kind of communication skills, you will become the most hated person in Russia, especially within that village. And so they still kind of have that view today of everything has to be used. If you, what was it called? Like if you're not using something, give it to the neighbor. Everything still has to be used. So yeah, it's definitely, compared to us in the West, nice and comfortable. We chuck things in a bin all the time. Like, does that village even have a bin? Because the way that they recycle every single last bit that they have, it's completely different perspective. And it's an understanding that a lot of us in the comment section may not have. I'm not saying everyone, obviously, there's a lot of people that do have that understanding. But because, especially myself, like, I have a useless bottle that I'm going to shove into the bin there. I have, rubbish here, there, and everywhere, all going in. If I had a Russian from that village, from Eastern Russia, he'd look at me with the dirtiest look on his face. No understanding of why I'm putting that in the bin.
Yeah, when you can reuse it for something. Yeah. No, it's modern post-industrial society in highly developed parts of the world have unfortunately become very complacent and unfortunately don't even stop and consider, is this a thing that I could reuse? Instead, we just throw it away, and that's definitely not a medieval perspective at all. That's why it's, when we do find medieval middens, sort of these disposal areas, the things that were being disposed had reached, like, they're like, we don't know what to do with this we have a triangle of wool this big and it's really worn out. We've tried, we can't do anything else with this. We're just going to toss it in the ground, right? That's what gets thrown away, not a perfectly good bottle that's perfectly intact with a lid that still works, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to the comment section for myself, I'm just kind of using Mediterranean as an example. I am aware that places like areas like, of course, Ireland, as we were saying there earlier, and also over to Persian areas as well, there is no evidence of any horse eating happening over there as well. So yeah, I am fully aware that there is other areas. But the problem I personally have around Persia and other areas is it's just out of my field of expertise. I just don't know, and that's kind of why I keep going back and referencing the Mediterranean. So that's just my little comment to the comment section. It's just out of my field of expertise, to be quite honest with you.
At least today, we're definitely we're focusing on medieval Europe. As far as I understand it, Islam does not have a prohibition on eating horse meat, I don't think. Now, whether culturally there's, there has historically, have people ever in Persia eaten horses? That's a long time.
Yeah, you
that's
see,
a long
thousands
of years, right?
Yeah, you see that's what causes the biggest, and it makes Persian history so interesting, is that kind of clash between Arab culture with the rise of Islam, and then Persia's kind of foundation culture that's there at the time. And it's definitely something that's I love it. I actually love reading about it and stuff, and I do find it super fascinating. Yeah, I do find it super fascinating. Like, my heart literally skips a beat when I look at Persian history and stuff, especially the stuff that happens behind closed doors. Very interesting and fascinating stuff, but way out of my field of expertise. Would they have eaten camels? Which is interesting. I was actually talking about this in my shorts yesterday, how between West Africa and Mali, and then them making that really difficult trek journey from Mali up to North Africa using camels. Would they have been in a situation where they had to have eaten their camels? That's interesting. I don't know, actually, to be quite honest with you, if the traders of Mali had to do that or not.
You wouldn't want to eat your camels. That's like eating your car. Like, you don't want to.
Yeah.
Don't. I mean, sure. If you end up robbed by highwaymen and or your rations spoil or get contaminated or you somehow lose them, then yeah, you'll probably eat a camel. But otherwise, no, that's your car. Why would you do that? But that's funny that they asked about Mali because...
Well, it's not on Mali per se. I was just using it as an example from yesterday, because I could see that being maybe in a very radical situation where you're traveling, because I was saying yesterday how tough that journey is, going from Mali up to North Africa. And then it goes into, that's why there's such a massive debate. Would a person from, and we do actually have examples of people from Mali making the journey up, not just for profit, but just to journey around the place. And so it's a constant debate. If you're traveling from Mali, as people are pointing out there, from a camel up to North Africa, and then you're just wandering around, you're going up there because it's so tough to make a profit and then make your way back. But would somebody then, once they're up in North Africa, then just journey out into the wider world? We do have examples of people doing that, to be quite honest with you. As you can see there with your man from Kingdom Come Deliverance, he actually is a historical person. He did actually exist, where he took the journey up to North Africa. And then, he actually wanted to go over to the Muslim world. He traveled up to the Middle East, and then from the Middle East, out of his own curiosity, started to travel into Europe and various other places. So we do actually have examples of people from West Africa making that really tough journey, just out of curiosity, not just to make a massive profit.
Lots of them. And so it's, but no, you wouldn't eat your camel unless you absolutely had to. That's your car. How are you going to get home?
Yeah, exactly. How do I get back to Mali?
I have been, I know I've seen camel camel dishes in multiple cookbooks from various parts of the world. So camel is certainly eaten. I'm not saying it isn't, but if it's your car, you're not going to eat it. But it is funny you bring that up, because I don't think it's the next article, unfortunately. Come on, change, respond to me. It's not. Okay, but maybe I feel like we missed something. Maybe no, we did not. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So actually, it's the next article. So you actually segued perfectly, Philip. But were there any
Nice.
more comments that we needed to, or questions that we needed to address on the topic of horse meat?
We literally just the comment section, there's a lot of new people just
okay.
jumping on there, and they're just asking, what are we talking about now? We were just talking about camels from Mali and men of Mali making their way from Mali all the way up to North Africa and then into the wider European and Middle Eastern world. And people were in the comment section, and myself were kind of asking the question of, would they eat their camel on the way? And the answer is, would you eat your car?
Yeah.
You know, that was kind of the conclusion.
I mean, only if you had to, obviously, I guess, but otherwise, no. Okay, so that actually segues really fantastic into my next bit of news. So, we did a presentation on diversity in medieval Europe, right? And especially the presence of Black Africans, because Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 unleashed a firestorm, right? A total shitstorm about it brought all the racists out of the woodwork, and it brought all of the nationalists out of the woodwork. And so, Philip and we've started looking into this topic, right? What kind of racial ethnic diversity was there in medieval Europe? And the conclusion we came to is that even though certainly it wasn't, 50% Black people wandering the streets of Dublin, there was still some people of color in most parts of Europe at various points throughout medieval history. And now we're taking it even further back. So they've been doing, archaeologists and historians have apparently been doing some pretty serious scientific examination of the bones found in cemeteries. And they've turned their attention, in this case, to 2 Anglo-Saxon era cemeteries in southern and southeastern England. So one is in Kent and the other is in Dorset. And they literally have been testing the bones. They tested, apparently they took DNA samples from most of the skeletons in these 2 separate cemeteries, both of them dating to the, not 6th century, sorry, 7th century. And they actually identified in 2 separate, in one body in each of the 2 separate cemeteries, they found an individual who had grandparentage of West African origin. So we're talking about the 7th century. And I'm going to be completely honest. I haven't looked into exactly what the kind of markers they're using to determine that, and how prevalent those markers might be in other populations as well. Because you and I were talking about this yesterday also, and it's ironic because I found this after we were talking. It came across my newsfeed, but we were talking about how this DNA evidence of your ancestry isn't as cut and dry necessarily as we might like it to be, right?
Yeah,
right.
That's a fact. I think my mom, it is actually funny because my mom's side is somewhat cut and dry. She, like her ancestors and stuff, are from Sligo. So it is almost 90% kind of, as they say, Gaelic DNA or Celtic DNA or stuff, except for this weird strain from a Slavic, the Slavic Polish area, which is in her DNA. And we're all just like, where did this DNA come from? How did this Polish person, this person from the Slavic region, make their way over to Sligo of all areas, which is in the middle of nowhere? But on my mother's side, my dad is from Limerick City, and it is so mixed and diverse. Like, it's a typical city DNA where you've got, he's a mixture of everything that came to Limerick. So he is obviously foundation-wise a large percentage Gaelic. Then he's a mixture of Viking, French, what was it called? what was it, English, Scottish, like anything to do with what came into the city of Limerick, my family has mixed in with. And then, strangely, just the most random Palestinian DNA has gotten in there as well. So we have a load of theories. I said it to a friend of mine. And the thing is with Limerick is that there is actually the Knights Hospitallers. The Knights Hospitallers were in Limerick at one stage as well, recruiting and stuff. So there could be connections between the Knights Hospitallers who were stationed in Limerick and in Palestine.
Right.
And that's how the Palestinian DNA could have gotten into my DNA and stuff. But yeah, Limerick DNA is so mixed, and that was on my father's
Right.
side.
So it's actually more complicated than that even. So what I mean is that those markers that supposedly say that you have Palestinian DNA, the reason they claim that, I did some research into what exactly these markers actually mean, is because there are many people in what's now Palestine, who have those markers. And so it seems to be emblematic of that area. But there are other populations throughout the world that also have those markers. It's not like there's a marker that is uniquely Palestinian or uniquely Yoruba or uniquely Maui. It's just that those populations individually, as individual populations, tend to have this particular marker prevalent in their populations. But as it turns out, other populations also have those markers. So even though I haven't looked into what markers, how they were determining that these particular markers that they found in only 2 of the bodies, and I should emphasize that the markers they're talking about, they only found in one body in each of the cemeteries. So it's clearly something that's very different from everyone else, right? From everyone else in the cemetery. And what's interesting is one of the bodies, one of the individuals, a young woman who died at about the age of 13, so a girl maybe who died at the age of 13, she was buried with her relatives. So they matched her to relatives in that grave, but she's the only one who had this exact DNA marker of her relatives, meaning that that probably she was buried with, apparently she was buried with her female relatives, the relatives on the female side of her mother's side of the family, not the relatives on her father's side of the family. So even though it is very clear that there's something unique about these people and that the markers they found in these 2 skeletons are the kind of markers that could identify them as West African, and that would line up with the 7th century, right? The 7th century, as we know, is an era when boats are sailing everywhere, right? You've got that's getting into the Muslim conquest of Africa, right? This is when Islam is starting to spread its wings and fly. So it's, and Dorset and Kent are ports. They're, Kent is literally the entrance to London, right? Like this cemetery where they found he was Updown in Kent, which is probably not pronounced Updown. It's probably pronounced something strange, the way Brits have their wonderful pronunciation for their place names. It's probably pronounced Upton or something like that. But it's basically, in this era, it was a major port town, and it was the entrance to London, which was basically abandoned at that point, I think. So, you've got all these ships potentially coming in from all over Europe and trading, boats are coming up, ships are coming up from Africa as well, trading routes, camel routes, connecting up to northern Africa and then through the Mediterranean and up the coast through the Bay of Biscay. So it's possible that these are, in fact, 2 individuals, and it's their grandparents. Each of them had a grandfather who hypothetically, based on this DNA, should have been from Western Africa, sub-Saharan Western Africa. Yeah. So
that's insanely interesting, because if they're trading going into Britain, I'm very, very excited to see what kind of finds they will get in Ireland, especially when Ireland is allegedly in the golden age of saints and scholars, when we can see major movement of the clergy going between Ireland into Europe and going over to places like what was it called? the Alps and stuff up around the north of Italy and in through France and stuff as well. And there is massive connection into the Iberian Peninsula at the time as well. And we can definitely find evidence of that going into the economic golden age that happens after going into the 9th and 10th century as well. So very, very, very exciting stuff, even for the Irish at the time. So I'm excited to see what happens
so
there.
that was a pretty interesting piece of news that flittered across my desk. Of course, as you know, I don't like to I try to find a balance between the overinterpretation of evidence and the underinterpretation, because I don't want, if I would have to dig more to find out about these genetic markers to see how prevalent they might be in other populations, right? Like, for instance, if it turns out, well, those genetic markers are also found in Eastern Europe, okay, well, then which is more likely, but maybe not. Maybe these are unique to just sub-Saharan Western African populations. It could be. Yeah.
But just a comment back over to Andrew Love, that's never been debunked. Traders making their way from Mali up to North Africa and then making their way over to England, that's never been debunked. I know people keep saying over and over again, oh, that's been debunked. Who's debunked it? Traders are moving upwards. And that's exactly what we're saying here, is that most likely we're having an individual that was most likely a trader that made their way up to a trading port and then passed away in between, or had a local child. That's never been debunked. In fact, we're finding more and more evidence of traders making their way up to trading areas to trade. So if you have evidence to prove that's been debunked, yeah, fair enough, send it on to us. But you're saying, oh, this has already been debunked over and over again. It's never been debunked. It's actually a proven fact that, Mali is in the middle of a golden age. Like, they're literally referred to as the Golden Empire, because of trade.
Yeah, I mean, so Mali's heyday is kind of like the 13th to the 15th centuries, early 16th century. So this predates the Kingdom of Mali. Like, that's why I say West African, sub-Saharan. I don't think they're Mali.
Yeah.
But by the 14th century in England, we have tax records, tariff records, primary source tariff records, recording shipments coming out of Africa and referring to people by names like Peter the African. So we know there are Africans coming to England in the 14th and the 15th century specifically to trade. I have seen the original manuscripts, right? I've seen the archival evidence. Now you can debate, well, which part of Africa? Okay, great. It's a big ass continent. So what does Peter the African mean? Which part of Africa? But from somewhere in Africa, there are absolutely traders coming to England. It's a proven, it's demonstrable fact based on, unless you say, well, the original 14th and 15th century manuscripts lie, in which case then we have to question reality, right? What is even history?
And the other one to Jim O'Neill then with his, what was it called? That paper. I can't, Jim O'Neill, I also cannot remember what the name of that paper was, but I've actually read that paper as well, is that the DNA source for 2800 AD, right now, it's argued that it originates from Turkey, that the strain that went from, I think, East Africa into Egypt and then up to that area where they stayed for a particular time in Turkey and then made their way over to Ireland. I've read that one as well. So I have read that paper. So you're definitely right about that one. But the problem I have with those papers is that they slightly alter and change every year because the technology improves every single year. So one year they might say that we originate from Turkey around 2800. The following year, then they're saying, oh, we actually originate from Iberia. So we went from East Africa to Iberia. And then the next year, it changes again because technology is improving, So for the time being, I'm going to wait another 10 or 20 years and then I'll finally sell. Once they have their technology good enough, then I'll say, okay, this is the source here, guys.
Yeah, it's and that's why with DNA markers, that's the same reason I like to be careful about you have to, you always, when it comes to, you have to understand the science that underpins statements like that to really fully understand the implications. So, this is a whole study. This was a news article about a paper that had been published, and I would wager that the paper, if you read the whole paper, which if you go to medievalists.net, you can see the whole. They've got a link to the paper. I bet if I went and actually found the actual paper, hopefully anyway, they would be honest and say these markers are found in these populations, but also in these populations as well, or these markers aren't found in any other populations, right? And yes, the technology is constantly evolving. You're right. So who knows, maybe next year we'll find out that those graves, these Anglo-Saxon graves, are actually Maui people or from Japan. Who knows?
Oh, stop. I have a friend called Brian O'Shea who was saying he was Japanese for a while, and my wife just thought it was hilarious because he did actually manage to find a relation around the 19th century that immigrated to Japan and did marry a Japanese woman. And we were like, what the hell? Brian, what are you doing?
Okay. Any other comments or questions worth addressing?
What is the story with the Mali Empire? Just type into Google Mali Empire, and there you go.
Oh my God!
you people in the comment section.
It's amazing. I'll just say that the Mali Empire is something that needs to be taught in European and American schools with more detail and more attention.
100%.
It was an amazing empire. It was the empire of gold. The Mali Empire, because they had gold mines, they controlled massive gold mines. And because they had all this gold, when the king of Mali goes and, when Mansa Musa goes and travels basically all the way up, he goes on pilgrimage, he makes the Hajj, right? He goes to Mecca and he brings so much gold with him that everywhere he goes, he causes an economic depression because he floods the market with gold. Because they literally walk in there and they're just literally tossing gold out of the carts as they go through the streets. And they'll go to he went to the marketplace in Cairo and he bought things and he would pay like 10 times their value just because he could. So it caused this horrible economic crisis. So that's how powerful Mali was in its heyday. And Timbuktu, oh my God, the library in Timbuktu. What an amazing thing that it must have been. Oh my goodness. Trumps any libraries we had in Europe in the era by leagues and leagues. So yeah, look up Mali, medieval Mali for the win.
Then we've got people, we're kind of moving topics now, but I fully agree with yourself and Susan in the comment section that West African medieval history needs to be covered way more than what it is right now, especially when you have so many people that are suddenly shocked by, hey, wait, what? There were empires in West Africa? What? Africa existed? What?
There were civilized people building massive structures? Wow, who would have thunk?
I thought they were all the Zulu. Right? What?
Yeah. Don't they all just have, cowhide shields living in mud huts? Yeah.
And then people are moving on to, if you guys want to go back, we actually talked about William the Conqueror. People are in the comment section asking about William the Conqueror and the previous conversation. Once we finish this chat here, just go back over to the start of the video again, where we actually cover the topic again of William the Conqueror and the Normans and what's happening with the whole stuff there. We actually, sorry about that, guys. We actually previously covered that topic earlier on. And that's pretty much it in the comment section.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
then we're up to our exhibitions. Exciting time.
Back over to Ireland. Well, this is in Australia. So we had a massive find back in, what was it? 2014. We had a huge find, the Galway Hoard find. Just up in Scotland, the southwest of Scotland, we had a humongous Norse-Gaelic find. For all those that don't know who the Norse-Gaelic were, they were basically Norwegians that kind of settled in the area. Once again, it goes into the argument, is the correct word immigration or invasion, and the whole comment section going on fire. But we had people anyway that moved from Norway to around the southeast area of Scotland, and they I suppose we could say integrated with the local population. Yeah.
Oh, integrated.
I don't know which way to go about this now. Everyone seems to be triggered. Going mad in the comment section. How dare you say invasion, or how dare you say they didn't invade? I don't know what to say anymore. Stop.
They went there.
Anyway,
we'll just leave it at they went there.
They went there. And they had romantic relationships with the local women, and they had children who were of Norwegian and Gaelic descent. And then those children made beautiful art and various other objects that were kind of a fusion of Norse and Gaelic. And we ended up having this great hoard of these finds, and we found them in 2014. And the Australians wanted to have a really good look at it. So we've actually, they've put together a big show for them in the museum in Australia. And this will be going on from this weekend. It started this weekend all the way over to the 26th of January. So if you're in Australia, definitely go and have a look at this. It's kind of like once in a lifetime opportunity to actually go and have a good gawk and a good stare at what Norse-Gaelic finds look like, what these kind of Scottish Viking finds look like. It's something, hopefully I'm going to poke and prod the wife to see if we'll be able to make an opportunity for the two of us to go over to Australia and have a look at this, because I really, really badly want to see what this looks like, because I'm huge. I'm a big, obviously anything to do with Ireland and Irish and Celtic and Gaelic and all that kind of stuff, I'm massively into. So I definitely want to go over to Australia and actually have a look at this myself.
Yeah, I mean, so most people don't actually know what a hoard is. So a hoard, guys, is actually when a whole bunch of valuables are buried, usually intentionally. And it nearly always is in the face of some kind of invasion or some kind of war, some kind of troubled period. And the people who do the burying usually hope that they'll get back to it. But if we find a hoard, it means they didn't get back to it. So these sorts of these hoards, they actually crop up all over Europe across the Middle Ages. And that's how, when we find them, they're this kind of time capsule in many cases of riches. So it's great that people buried their stuff. Sad they didn't get back for it.
Well,
yeah,
sad
for them, not for us.
Yeah. Because this for me is massive treasure, especially when I do the likes of the living history and also talk about the kind of Hiberno-Scandinavian and also Irish Viking and also Norse-Gaelic, the wider Norse-Gaelic world as well. I love this stuff. Like, this is literally my passion and love. So I'll definitely try my best to get over there in Australia. And if you're living in Australia and you're watching this, for the love of God, what are you doing right now? Get over there and have a good stare and look at it yourself. Like, enrich yourself with my heritage.
That's
history.
Right. Stop watching. Go.
Yeah, go right now. What are you doing with yourself?
Does it say where in Australia? Australia is a big country.
Yeah. I have it actually written in
Melbourne Museum,
there.
right.
Melbourne, yeah.
Yeah,
Melbourne Museum right now. So definitely head on over there. Like, it's on until January 26th, and then it's going back to Scotland, and you will never see it again, because the problem with a lot of these things is when they go back to their original museum, instead of having it in the main case, they chuck it in the back. So you definitely won't see it again. Yeah. So even if you travel to that museum, 9 times out of the 10, because I've done this in the past, and I think it was the same with yourself, Rachel, as well, with the Maximilian, is that they went back to the original museum, and some of those finds went to the back of the museum. It's the same thing right now in Ireland. They're having a collection of Irish literature from the Alps of Italy. And the thing is, when they go back to their original museums in Switzerland and also in Austria as well, is they're going into the back of the museum again. They're not going into the front of the museum again for a long while. So while you can, get out to those museums and have a look and a stare at them, because you won't have another opportunity to do this,
the museums, most people don't realize that museums have these massive collections. They don't have room to put it all on display, nor the resources to put it all on display. So, if you have 100 pieces on display in the museum, they've got 1,000 pieces in storage. So yeah, that's why these special exhibits happen, is because a curator gets a bug up their butt that the world should see these pieces that are normally hidden. So yeah, do it now,
Yeah.
because as Philip says, it's probably
Definitely.
not coming out again for a decade or two.
I don't want people to get too political in the comment section, but I am fully aware that crime rate has gone up in the West. I don't, just before anyone gets, triggered. I don't want anyone to start going, oh, it's because of, it's Joe across the road because he's a jerk. I don't want anyone to write comments like that or anything. But yeah, be careful. If you are traveling around the West and stuff right now, make sure beforehand you plan out your route, go wet, save times and stuff. So yeah, I definitely do agree with that comment there. If you do plan to go to any museum in the West and stuff, make sure you plan out your route beforehand, and you make sure make sure you have a phone, and you make sure have the correct zippers and locks on as well, because of pickpocketers and stuff. So I definitely do agree with that comment. Be safe when traveling around the West right now, because crime rate has gone up in many of those places. Agreed. And stuff. I'll say enough, because I don't want people getting mad and arguing amongst themselves.
It's like it's an objective truth, right? So, but I agree. Let's not get political. Let's go on to the next exhibit, because basically it seems like it's the season of exhibits, which is awesome. Why aren't you responding? Respond to me. Why are you like this? No.
Oh, she's been a wee bit slow there now.
Oh, there we go. Okay. It's apparently slow.
Oh, going places.
Okay.
Nice.
So this is super cool. So it is, it's funny because you mentioned this new exhibition. I was like, oh my God, I've got 2 exhibitions I want to talk about. And then I realized it's the end of the summer. So of course now it's exhibition season. Right. So
nice.
Because museum time in Europe, especially in the North, in the Northern Hemisphere, right? Winter is museum time. Right, when the weather gets crappy and no one wants to be outside anymore. So at the Walters Gallery in Baltimore, and if you're not familiar with the Walters Gallery, ladies and gentlemen, you should become acquainted. This is one of those robber baron things where there was a rich dude who, a rich industrialist who acquired many medieval objects in his life in the 19th century, and then he died, and he donated. He didn't just donate them. He set up a whole museum with his name on it. So in Baltimore, there's this amazing gallery that is a large portion of which is medieval and Renaissance collections, arms and armor as well, material. I mean, it's got all kinds of things, but it has a massive manuscript collection. And so the curators have come up with the Paws on Parchment medieval manuscript exhibition that's focusing on kitty cats in medieval manuscripts. And so that's why we have there an adorable little gray tabby playing a portative organ. And so, yeah, he's really cool. That's one cool cat right there. This exhibition is not just about kitties and their depictions in the manuscripts, but it also talks about the role of the cat in medieval society, and also rehabilitating what we think of as the cat in medieval society. Because Philip, when you think of cats in the Middle Ages, what kind of springs to mind spontaneously?
Oh, the fact they're kept as kind of pets to keep mice and stuff away. So they're kind of kept not as a cute pet per se, but as an actual useful member of the family that had a specific job to keep vermin away from the home area. That's kind of my interpretation.
So your average American is going to say, which is familiar. I can almost guarantee you. They're going to say that this is one of those myths that we should bust at some point, and I'll bust it now, is that, cats were considered as being diabolical in medieval Europe. And so they were, they were feared, and there was lots of superstition around them. And that's just not any more true. That's not true. Cats were, like you said, they were viewed as being an essential part of a household, actually, because cats keep mice and rats, those populations, under control. If you think about a medieval household, an actual home, and the kind of storage equipment they would have for their foodstuffs, what is the biggest problem you have in keeping your foodstuffs and storing it for a long time.
Oh, it's mice,
Absolutely.
isn't it? From my reputation,
Absolutely.
yeah.
And the only way they had really, they did have rat poison actually. The only safe way they had to keep those populations under control was cats. So, cats were not viewed with fear and superstition or as witches, familiars, or any such nonsense. Not in the Middle Ages. That shit came later. So this part of this exhibition's point is to show you the role of a cat in medieval society, and also to show you evidence that they were also beloved pets, that, like a beloved member of the family, served a function in the medieval household, because no medieval household could have dead weight. That was not allowed. No one could be dead weight.
Yeah, it's very true.
So they actually have a very famous manuscript, and I meant to include this picture and I didn't. So you're going to have to go to the exhibition or check out medievalist.net for the full article. There's one, I think it's a 15th century illuminated page that has kitty paw prints across it, because the cat walked through the inked area of the desk and then just kept walking across the manuscript. So there's these little paw prints in light ink going across this, this ridiculously expensive book that would have been in the Middle Ages. So it runs until February 16th. It just opened today. It opens today.
Oh, nice.
It opens today. So if you're on the East Coast of the United States, or you're planning to visit the Mid-Atlantic region of the US, you have until February 16th to go to the Walters Gallery, check out the collection on the medieval kitty manuscripts, but also the amazing other pieces that are in the Walters Gallery's collection, because most of those they're not, it's a private institution, so you can't actually find most of these pieces depicted online. So,
I'm assuming the Morgan Bible will not be at this, because people are asking if the Morgan Bible will be at this.
The Morgan Bible is always on display, I think. Yeah, I think the Morgan Bible at the Walters Gallery is on perma display. Like, it's got its own. It's got its own section. I think so. Let me double check that. I might be thinking of a different Bible. Actually, the Morgan Bible might be at the Morgan.
Yeah, that's what Susan said, is that the Morgan Bible is at the Morgan
library.
It's
at the Morgan Library. No, it's a different. Sorry, there's a different Bible I'm thinking of that's on perma display at the Walters Gallery. Yeah, that's at the Morgan.
Roger. And on top of that as well, Americans are obsessed with European. I am obsessed with European artifacts. I know lots of Europeans that are obsessed with European artifacts. And the next one is one American asked me where they could buy, if they could buy weapons and armor at the Tower of London. Are you sure they weren't asking for toys and stuff? If they're looking for toys and stuff, I'm pretty sure you can buy that type of stuff around the Tower of London. And if you're looking for actual weapons and armor, you would probably look for a living historian. Rachel probably knows a few that sells weapons and armor if you're looking at that, especially. And it's not just Americans, once again, looking for weapons and armor. There's a lot of Europeans. Myself, you're talking to one right now who's obsessed with all that kind of stuff. So you and your only Americans, who do you think I am?
I mean,
or maybe I'm American. I remember I was, what was it? Oh God, it was about 4 months ago. I remember I said it to you, Rachel, and you got mad as well about this. I had a person, I think the person was from New Zealand or something, and they told me I was a New Yorker, and there was another American there at the time, and she lost it at him, Do you think I'm an American?
No. I would never listen to you and say, yeah, he's from Manhattan, or better yet, he's from the Bronx.
Texans, yeah, but like if he's a rich Texan with plenty of oil, if he's looking for actual replicants of weapons and armor Rachel probably knows a good few people that sells actual weapons and armor. You won't be able to purchase weapons and armor up in the Tower of London. And on top of that, I think majority of them are made personal as well. I don't think they mass produce them the way they did in the medieval period. You pretty much have to get in contact with somebody within the reenactment and living history world, and they will make it for you. But it does cost a good bit of money to get it done. But, you know, if your friend there is a rich Texan with plenty of oil who is hanging around the Tower of London, he probably has enough money to buy plenty for himself. So I suppose that's your answer.
Well, it depends. So there are museum grade replica combat ready arms and armor, or there's the cheap display stuff that gets produced in India in massive quantities. The cheap stuff from India you can find on eBay. You could probably even find on Amazon, for God's sake. But if you want actual, proper, historically accurate replicas made to actually be used in living history combat, yeah, you can't just buy that off, you know. I do have sources. I've got plenty of sources. But yeah, armor, especially plate armor, what's called harness, that should be custom made if you're going to wear it.
Yeah. I think Ryan is saying there that his one was, he's literally just said exactly what you're saying there, but his one was worth £1,000. And on top of that as well, Kelly points out then is that, was it Texan LARP is hardcore, basically saying that Texas has an amazing LARP community as well. So if he's looking for arms and armor there, definitely get in contact with Kelly. Kelly probably knows way more. I don't know anything about the LARP scene in Texas. I barely know what the LARP scene is like in Ireland. I don't want to sound like, oh, living history is better than LARP or anything. I just don't know, to be quite honest with you. What else do we have? Oh yes, back to the Richard is bringing us back onto conversation again. The relationship between the cats and the human race goes back 4,000 years and always has been a very close relationship. Very, very true, Richard.
And cats self-domesticated. By the way, we didn't do shit to domesticate cats. Cats looked at us and said, that creature will be useful to our survival. We will therefore join them.
We'll fix them.
In fact, I don't know. It could be that cats domesticated us.
A lot of people argue that, to be quite honest with you. Like, as Jordan there points out, what was it? The LARP and reenactment community is cheaper than a Met habit of £3,000. I won't say anything else about that.
And moving on.
Yes.
I mean, but it's true. Living, or I was going to say that's not true. Living history, if you go down the rabbit hole, it is an expensive hobby. If you really go full whole hog, I mean, you can't.
We're going to have this conversation of which is worse.
You can do it on a budget, and I'm not saying you can't do it on a budget, but if you decide you want hand-dyed, hand-woven, hand-spun, 100% accurate replica everything, using only the proper materials they would have used, etc., you're looking at tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars over time. So yeah, plus not to mention the cost of the reenactment events, of traveling to and from your living history events. If you are actually going to camp in them, then the cost of the encampment and the furnishings, and I mean, God, it can be a money pit, is what I'm saying. Doesn't have to be, and I make that argument, and I've got all kinds of tips for how it doesn't have to be, but it can be.
Cocky, the book you're looking for is Retinue to Regiment series, because the question you're actually asking, which is when did chainmail become mass produced for armies, is actually it's a complicated one, and there's actually an entire series of books that cover Ireland all the way over to the Italy with the Italian wars and stuff, and the series is called Retinue to Regiment. Look up that series of books. It is absolutely magnificent. They have an amazing one dedicated just to the Irish. Well, now there's a whole series of books just dedicated on the Irish because it's such a massive topic. But for starters, if you're starting to get into that topic, the book is called what was it? Of Kerns and Gallo Glass, right? So Of Kerns of Gallo of Kerns and Gallowglass from retinue to regiment series, right? So that question, I know that sounds like a really simple question to answer. In fact, it's not. It's actually quite complicated. And there's a whole series of books called From Retinue to Regiment. So definitely check that out. I reckon you'd absolutely fall in love with it.
And wait, the question was, when did they start mass producing chainmail? Or not chainmail, nail?
Yeah, when did they, what was it? When was chainmail so mass produced? Were even line and file non noble troops were issued, then basically saying when did it become mass produced for military armies and stuff. And that would have happened around the 15, well, around the 14, 15, 1600s and stuff. And that's literally why there's a whole series of books covering that humongous topic, literally referred to From Retinue to Regiment. A whole series of books, absolutely magnificent. Definitely worth reading.
That's about the same time that sort of everything starts getting mass produced. Not in the way we might imagine it, because people, if you say mass produced, people imagine like a conveyor belt in a factory, and it's not that kind of mass production. But it's still, we've got water driven mills, we've got water driven devices to, you know, be able to hammer out metal at rates of pace never heard of before. You've got, you know, for kilns and forges that are just able to operate at way higher temperatures and produce so much more. And they're getting very clever about efficiency. So yeah, armor is also, like plate armor also starts getting mass produced in that era.
Yeah. But it's so, like, the reason why it's a series of books is because it's actually very complicated. Because we used to believe back in the 80s and 90s that the gun killed full plate armor. And it didn't. The answer is actually way more complicated. And when we realized the answer got way complicated, that's when we were like, okay, let's just make a series of books here called Retinue to Regiment, where we go out and find out what's the story of going from specialized units referred to as retinue into mass-produced units referred to as regiments. So it's actually very, very awesome, but very complicated, you know? So definitely go and check out those books.
Yep. Okay. Any other, the chat seems to be kind of lively. I wish I could see it.
I know. Someone else is making, actually, I don't know if you're being serious, but we can actually answer. Rachel is actually the queen for answering that one. How do I say this without getting kicked out of
demonetized?
He's talking about the Lansquenet. You know, the Lansquenet has a very special area of
the codpiece.
Yeah, codpiece. The armor, the plate to it. What's the story with that one? Is that real to start with? Is basically the question.
Real. It's real. Yes, it's real. Yes, it's real. And it's, you know, it's a very fascinating development. So the cod pieces start off as a very practical and simple triangle of fabric that just covers the gap in hosen that men wear over the groin. And it's not because they're actually naked under that. Under that, men are wearing breeches and they have a linen shirt that kind of covers that area. But actually, it's not about modesty. That triangle of fabric wasn't about modesty. The little ice age is coming on in the 15th century. It's getting bloody cold. And so basically the men are like, my crotch is cold. I need to cover it. So they cover it with this, you know, this piece of fabric that just covers the gap where the hosen come together between your legs. And then eventually, you know, these dudes called the Lansquenet come along, and they're like, we are the punk rock. We're the punks of the 15th century. Like the Lansquenet, they're Maximilian's personal bodyguard at first, right? And it's kind of him turning a vice into a virtue by saying, oh, you mercenaries who are now rising up at the end of the 15th century, I'm going to civilize you and kind of control you by turning you into my personal army. And because they are the punks of the 15th century, they like to do things that are outrageous, right? Like that's the whole Lansquenet. You can understand Lansquenet by the ethos of whatever makes people go, oh my God, is like, they are. So that's why so many people these days who have kind of a punk rocker personality, right? They are drawn to the Lansquenet interpretation because it suits their nonconformist, anti-establishmentarian personality. So basically it's the trend of, well, we have a triangle. Now we're going to pad the triangle out a little bit. We're going to pad it out a little bit more. We're going to give it some more shape. And then they go to the armors and they say, hey, I want my armor to look like this, right? And Henry VIII actually has Henry VIII in the Leeds Armory. He's actually got a couple of suits that have pieces, shall we say.
Yeah. It's okay. And on top of that as well, was it for all, especially in the lower region, was it a one size fits all? I doubt it, to be honest with you. Once again, Rachel's definitely the one who can answer that one. Was each armor different and customized
Yeah.
for the
So
person?
if you have enough money to commission harness that has a fitted codpiece or a codpiece, a shaped codpiece, then it is going to be tailored to your body, because the harness had to be. That harness, that kind of full plate harness really had to be tailored to you like garments, because otherwise it's not going to move well on your body, and it's going to rub you the wrong way, not a metaphor.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you just imagine that now when I think about it?
So yeah, no, it's not one size fits all. Not even, there are pieces of harness, different parts that could be more or less one size fits all. Your vambraces could maybe be fit different people if they're not too weirdly shaped. But
the image I have goes back to when I was in the military and we had to do the big long marches, and I always had to bring Vaseline with me because literally the crotch area starts, and I'm going to be completely serious here, lads. If you ever go into the military and you have to do long marches, for the love of God, especially men, bring Vaseline. You're going to tear and have problems down below. You're just going to be a massive lifesaver. So I can just imagine if that armor, doing those long marches that Lansquenet are famous for.
Now I want to be clear. People, again, that metal codpiece is not worn on your skin. Guys, no metal armor is worn on your skin. There are layers upon layers underneath of that. You've got a linen undershirt, you've got linen breeches, you've got wool hosen. You've got a doublet, which is some kind of doublet thing into which your hosen lace, and then over top of that comes your plate harness. And so it's not, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the metal will press the fabric against your skin and then rub if it's not fitted properly. Oh, and also depending on the era, you've got bits of mail to fill in the gaps, right? You've got a mail standard to cover, and mail sleeves and whatnot to cover like your armpits so that you're not completely vulnerable. But still, if your codpiece isn't fitted properly, it's not going to go well for you. And no, the codpiece, that metal codpiece, is not, the male member does not go into the metal codpiece. It does not.
And just jumping back into the comment section there, was the Lansquenet or any of the retinue was for the likes of Maximilian and the various, what was it called, German barons and lords and stuff, was their retinue, was their military retinue, was their armor, the full plate armor, mass produced? Was it any of it mass produced, or is it all custom?
I'm going to say it's a mix. It's going to be a mix, right? It's going to be a mix, and it's going to depend on your status in the retinue. It's going to depend on, Maximilian was famous for his interactions with armors. Literally, that's what the last night exhibit was all about. And so he was famous, even in his own life. He was known for his harness. So that's going to vary. It depends on. It could be that you, as a Lansquenet, you may have earned enough money to be able to pay for expensive custom-made harness, or your lord in your service, you may be rewarded with some custom armor. Maximilian had an entire a workshop understates it. What's the next level up from workshop? That's not quite factory, but he had a department. He had a
department.
That's a good one. He had an armor department as part of his household, right? So, he was known to gift people with, custom-made pieces of armor, of harness, as it would have been known then. So both. Yeah, both.
I forgot to say goodnight to Susan. Susan, good night if you're still
Susan,
around.
good night.
And everyone else who popped off to sleep there on, is it bedtime for everyone on the East Coast?
Yeah, for certain.
I'm
yeah.
assuming. Okay. So everyone on the East Coast that's going off to sleep now, thanks very much, guys, for popping in there and having an old chat with us. I love the comments. The comments were absolutely amazing. And I think is it center of America and the west side of America? They're still with us
Yeah.
right
So
now, are they?
it's
It's
like
not bedtime
11.
for them yet.
It's
Okay.
like 11:10 p. 11. No, I don't know what time. Oh God,
Comment
what?
section.
No,
What's
what
going
time
on
is
over
it?
there?
What time is it now? My clock is set to some other time zone.
It
I
is
think.
just 10 past 1 in Japan.
Oh, okay. So yeah, why can't I suddenly do basic math? 10 past 1. So it is, yeah, it's 11 p.m. It's 11 p.m. Central Time. It's 10 p.m. Mountain Time, and then it's 9 p.m. I think West Coast time. I think.
And then, okay, I want to get back to Richard's comment as well. I don't want to be rude to you, Richard. It's just you kind of went into the layers there, which was the next one that went under the full plate armor, which was the chainmail. Okay, so did blacksmiths make chainmail? You and me were having this chat last night, and he specifically, I'm assuming, Richard, you're aiming for the
They did
Lansquenet.
not.
So did the Lansquenet have?
No,
Oh, they didn't. So did they have riveted
no.
mail?
So blacksmiths did not make mail. That is not what a blacksmith did. There were specific. It was a specific profession. Armor. There an armor. A 15th or 16th century armorer was not a one-stop solution for harness. There were different specialists who specialized in certain components and layers of what we would call armor. A blacksmith would not have made mail. That would not have been a blacksmith's job. Yeah, there would have been there was a specific profession for mail maker. So no, blacksmiths would not have. It's just like, and blacksmiths were not a catch-all for metalwork. You had coppersmiths, you had tinsmiths, you had pewtersmiths, you had goldsmiths, and for the most part, those didn't overlap. They didn't do other metal. They didn't work in other metals.
Okay, so,
but they would have been riveted. It would have been riveted. It was riveted mail.
Where am I? Yes, we were just saying that. So, did blacksmiths produce chainmail? No, they didn't. There's your answer. And on top of that as well, I'm not sure about Germany to do with the Lansquenet. Maybe Rachel knows. But in Ireland, they didn't make chainmail. They never made chainmail in Ireland. It was always riveted mail that was made in Ireland, specifically in the city areas where they made riveted mail. So the mail is riveted together, is not chained together in Ireland. Did Lansquenet even have mail? Or
oh yeah,
so
mail even in the Lansquenet era, depending on the Lansquenet era spans like 80 years. Right, it's a pretty 80 to 100 years. It's a pretty long era, actually. So there's a lot of changes. There's a lot of changes in armor in general across that era, let alone Lansquenet, right? So different Lansquenet would wear different amounts of protection depending on their function on the battlefield, right? So by the 15th century, mail is generally being worn to cover the areas where metal and or fabric will not sufficiently pad it, or where if you can afford, like, mail is superior to just fabric generally. So for instance, in your armpits, right, you can't put plate here because then how can you move your arm, right? Like, you can eventually they get good enough to make articulation that can in fact go here, but that it takes layers of development to get to that stage. So until the articulation of plate armor gets good enough and sophisticated enough that they can actually completely cover all of these joints and you can still move, in those cases, then in those joints, you use mail to cover those spots, to keep to those vulnerable spots. But then Henry comes along in the field of the cloth of gold, which is Lansquenet era. He comes along and he shows up with this super high-tech suit of armor, of harness, right? And it covers everything. It even covers his crotch with articulated plates. There is literally not a spot of vulnerability. And Francis, the King of France, Francois, says, dude, I'm not going to meet you on a deed of arms in this thing. I can't score any points. It's impossible, because the only way he could possibly score on him would be to throw him to the ground. And they were both big men, by the way. So Francis actually complains and says, you have to get a different set of harness if we're going to cross swords in a deed of arms. And so Henry has to have his armor shop quickly make up this second set of armor for him. And that's the one with the big skirt that everyone sees. Because the one that they actually designed for him was so fantastically protective, because at that point they had achieved the state of technology to have articulated plates everywhere, and it was too protective. Francis is like, I can't score any points on you. There's no vulnerability here. But until that point, and until people could all afford that kind of protection, as long as we're still wearing armor, which obviously that goes down with time as the 16th century wears on, people are wearing less and less harness, right, in battle anyway. So yeah, absolutely. Lansquenet were still using mail in pieces, but were they wearing an entire mail hauberk? No.
Yeah. Okay, that makes perfect sense. And they're still arguing in the comment section who made the mail. If the blacksmith didn't make it, who made the mail instead? Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Someone whose sole job was to make mail. I mean, this is what I mean by these jobs are highly specialized. So carpenters, for instance, there were carpenters, then there were joiners, then there were cartwrights, then there were wainwrights, there were turners. Those are 5 different professions, and none of them overlapped generally, right? But they're all working in wood. Now we would just call them a carpenter because they work in wood, but the definition of carpenter is not someone who makes something out of wood in the Middle Ages.
Okay. That's fascinating. And where am I going with this one? Some of the comments, guys, they're very, very interesting comments, but when you're asking them, make sure we can actually answer it, because some of that stuff going into, what kind of special enjoyment people had during the medieval period. Me and Rachel can't answer that one. We could be booted out of the system.
Sorry.
So don't get me wrong. Brilliant question. But we can't
could answer it in terms of I have the knowledge, but I don't want to be demonetized or have my channel deleted.
But we do actually have Patreons. So if you go onto our YouTube channel and stuff, we have links to our Patreons where we have no problem. It's uncut, can answer all those questions for you. So if you head on over to Patreon, no problems there.
I do a monthly Zoom with all of my patrons, and I can tell you all about the details in that monthly Zoom session.
Yeah, so uncut, you can pop over there. And it was meant to, somebody asked earlier, was winking at the old Patreon and stuff. Yeah, just pop on over to our YouTube there. Have a nosy, even if you're not if you don't have any, this month was terrible. Everybody's saying the same. This month was very, very costly. Don't have money for our Patreon stuff. Go over there and have an old nosy for yourself. No problems there. It's free for an old nosy. And Richard, what are you doing up at this time? Don't get me wrong, I want you to be viewing this and everything, but at the same time, if you're over in the UK, what time is it in the UK?
It's
what are
early
you doing
morning.
at this
Maybe
time?
He's an early riser. Or it's his start of his workday. It's 7 a.m. there, right? Yeah, 7 a.m.
Yeah. Something. Well, Richard, what are you doing? What time is it in the UK? Richard has another question for us, also to do with the development of horse armor in the 15th century. What's the story with the development of horse armor? It's definitely development.
Could he be more specific? There is, and it gets really sophisticated and it gets really heavy because of course you have the rise of the pike formations. So they're increasingly needing to protect their horses from these pikemen, Lansquenet eventually. And of course, you've got the peasant pikes. So the 15th century is this big transitional era. So by the end of the 15th century, horse armor is getting pretty serious and pretty heavy.
Yeah, that's very, very true. So Richard is right by saying that there was horse armor in that Pacific era. Richard, if you want us to elaborate on anything else to do with horse armor, definitely continue with the questions, so on and so forth. Is cereal cold soap? I don't think it's cold soap or soup. Cold soup is cereal, which I assume he's just talking about wheat. Is it cold? Could you make wheat into cold soup at the time? I don't know if you can make wheat into a cold soup.
Like uncooked? Does he mean raw? What is?
Yeah. Do you?
I mean, so in medieval cuisine, we have this dish called frumenti, which is made from wheat
Mm,
berries, and so that's cereal, right?
yeah.
And it is basically it's a wheat berry porridge, but it's thick. It's not thin like a gruel would be, right? And it's very thick, and it's got spices
Mm,
and stuff in it. It's a very common dish, actually, and it could be eaten cold. I know it was eaten cold because I've read in certain recipes talking about what you can do with it when it's cold, but I don't know if that's what that
mm.
means. Cold cereal.
Yeah, because anytime somebody says cereal in Ireland, we're mostly looking at kind of wheat,
Or
anything
is
to
he
do with
talking about
eating wheat and
American
stuff.
breakfast cereal? Is that what he means?
Are you? Yeah. Are you? Do you mean the American breakfast cereal, or do you mean from an Irish
or
perspective?
or other?
Um, Also, on top of that, God Loki, that's a very good question. But once again, cannot answer that on YouTube. We can answer it on Patreon. So definitely head over to our Patreon if you want us to elaborate on that wink, wink question. I love
I will
answering that
too.
question, to be
I'm
quite honest with
not
you.
even
And
the tiniest bit
yeah,
prudish. Have no problem going into the details.
yeah, but
Community
cannot
standards,
elaborate on that.
community standards, my
Yeah.
friends. Yeah.
Back over to Richard. He's up at 5. Thanks, Richard, for paying attention to us. He's working right now. Richard is, and just has us on in the
Nice. Appreciate
background.
it.
So thanks so
Oh,
much.
yeah. Everyone,
Yeah,
don't
definitely
forget to
appreciate that
hit
one.
that thumbs up. And if you're on my page, Creative Contessa, subscribe to the Creative Contessa, and then go over to Philip, subscribe to Irish Medieval History, and of course, vice versa.
Mm. Popping over. Okay, one second. Okay, so people are popping back down again. Popping over to the 13th century. Sorry, yeah, that is the 13th century. Was Robin Hood real? Now
Oh,
that's
Jesus Christ. Like,
that's a deep
people have
subject.
literally written PhD dissertations on this topic. The Robin
Mm,
Hood legends are very interesting to follow their evolution and development. And I actually think the earliest mention of Robin Hood is in France, ironically.
yeah,
So is in a French source. Yeah, I think it's in a
really.
French source.
Mm.
So yeah. Was Robin Hood real? Well, yeah, there.
Because when I read, yeah, because when I read actually read the literature itself from I assume it's the actual literature is 13th century, isn't it? I know it's set around the 13th century, but I cannot remember what version I read of the literature. Could have been even an 18th century version of it, but I always felt he was real, just because it always seems like something, especially what is it, the sheriff
Nottingham.
of,
Yeah,
what was
yeah,
it,
Nottingham.
Nottingham? That's the one. There, yeah, there seems to be such a kind of
So,
foundation there,
so
you
the
know.
a friend of mine actually wrote her master's thesis on the Robin Hood legends, and there many historians
Mm,
have tried to pinpoint. Well, this person could be, and they found a couple of people who could hypothetically be Rob in the Hood, um, but there's no definitive answer. There's no one can say yes he was, or even, and no one can say no he wasn't, because you can't prove a negative. But what we can say is there are a couple of candidates for maybe the origin of the legend, but there's nothing definitive has been identified to date, is what I will say. um
mm.
yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely one we could end up. We could literally make an entire live stream about it. Actually, to be honest with you, I'd rather just make an entire live stream talking about Robin Hood than answer it right now, because I would
Yeah,
really
yeah,
need
yeah.
to
No,
do the
I would
research.
have to refresh, and there's
Yeah,
been even
yeah,
more
exactly.
research has come out since the last time I looked into it.
Oh
So
yeah.
yeah, and like I said,
Okay, now we
I
did.
pretty
Make a note of that.
I'm
I actually
pretty
want
certain I
to.
read a month or two ago actually that the earliest tale, Robin Hood tale, is actually French.
Okay, I want to have this
Yeah.
conversation. I actually really, really want to. We'll
Robin
make a
Hood,
note of it anyway.
real or imagined?
Mm. Um, do, 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 do. Back over to the next question. Cocky, would you do me a favor? Are you talking about? You see, the thing is, with armor development in Eastern Europe going into the 15th and 16th, which is, you pinpointed it perfectly. The development of armor in the 15th and 16th century. I'm assuming you're talking about the Poland and Lithuanian Commonwealth and the development of armor there, which is way out of my field of
Completely out of
expertise,
my
because you're
field.
definitely
Yep.
looking, yeah, because you're looking into the likes of the winged hussars and all that kind of stuff. And the problem is, as well, is it goes back to what I was originally saying of go and look at the retinue to regiment book, and that may have an answer for you there. And also you're looking into, we'll probably touch on it again, because if what was it, people are looking more and more into the that Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth and Teutonic Wars and stuff. We'll probably have to look into it as well at some point. But for the time being, that's way out of my field of expertise, to be quite honest with you. There's definitely, because your question is, did Eastern Europe kingdoms follow the same armor direction as Western Europe, or did they stick to their own developments, such as, for example, the laminar armor, which was a influence we see coming in from Eastern areas like the Byzantine Empire, and also from Persia and stuff. Did Eastern Europe continue that development, or did they start looking at the West? Especially, we see these kind of developments with the winged hussars, and also as Poland, Lithuania, Commonwealth switch over to regiments and stuff. To be honest with you, this is my personal opinion, and I want someone to correct me. I do think the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth did start to look more and more at the likes of Prussia when it comes down to the development of armor, would be my answer to that one. They definitely continued to, started to look more and more at the development of armor, weapons, especially what Prussia was doing, and also what the Holy Roman Empire was doing, Austria, which was kind of the Western sphere of what was going on at the time. So to be honest with you, I would say there was probably, but I don't specialize in it, to be quite honest with you, is my answer to that one. But I'll investigate at some stage, especially if the topic of that whole war to do with the Commonwealth Lithuanian.
So I'm thinking about the very little 15th century art I've seen from that part of the world. And specifically tomb effigies and frescoes, effigies in churches, for instance. And the knights who are depicted there, they are wearing Western style harness. Now that's not the same as saying that everyone was, and those are very specific examples. So there were people wearing Western style harness, say by the 15th century in that part of the world. That's not the same as everyone wearing it, though.
Yeah, I think the biggest influence, though, is that during the early medieval period, the area that is Kiev, so the Kiev Principality, which is modern-day Ukraine, had an amazing relationship with the Byzantine Empire, and especially with Constantinople, and that's where we get the Varangian Guards, and that is the biggest influence of armor going from Constantinople, which is modern-day Istanbul, to Kiev. So that's why that whole area there has such a, as you were saying there, Eastern influence. However, going into the late medieval period, Poland, Lithuania have a very close relationship with the Holy Roman Empire, even to the point where the Ottoman Empire go into siege Vienna. It's Poland, Lithuania that time and time again come down to relieve the walls of Vienna. And that's why the Ottoman Empire doesn't break through into Germany and France, was because of the Polish Lithuanians. And because of that close relationship, that may have influenced the armor.
And at the same time, in the 15th century, you've got these great, these great marriages happening between Poland and other polities. So in 1476, there's, the Polish princess comes and marries the Duke of Bavaria, basically. And that's this massive, amazing wedding that attracted guests from what would now be 22 different European countries, and is chronicled in 15th century chronicles from freaking Estonia all the way to Portugal. So, if you've got that kind of interaction, it's very likely that at least at the level of the nobility, you're going the way of the West. So, especially because the many members of the Polish court came and participated in these deeds of arms. So they would have needed harness, proper harness for that. Lamellar would not have done. They would have broken. They would have been broken wearing lamellar armor against people in full plate harness.
Okay, so Loki brings up a very good point here. What era and stuff are we specifically talking about here? Yeah, guys, definitely when you're asking questions, just elaborate a little bit more. But on top of that as well, here, guys, I don't specialize in Polish Lithuanian armor and weapons and stuff as well. So just keep that in mind. I wonder why swords are so commonly depicted in most common weapons, especially when halberds were always used on the battlefield. Like overall, that's a very good point. Like why, if halberds are used way more than swords, why is it that in a lot of literature and also in manuscripts and stuff, why do we see swords being romanticized more?
Well, the halberds don't really make much of an appearance until the later Middle Ages, right? I mean, before that, it's later. It's, you've got some pole weapons in general don't really make an appearance until the later Middle Ages. I mean, if you think about it, it's you certainly have like Dane axes. You've got war axes, but they're not on a 6 to 9 foot pole until later on. So there's always been this tight association between knighthood and the sword, right? And there's also there is also in certain circles, certain chivalric circles in the Middle Ages at various times, a certain snobbery about
That's
like the billet hook is a peasant's weapon, right? Literally, that's a farmer's freaking weapon, according to the knightly, the aristocratic knight's perspective, right? So there is a multiple century connection between the chivalric tradition and the sword. You use a sword to dub someone to be a knight, so that's where that comes from. But eventually it becomes, the sword becomes the weapon of last resort, I would say, for knights on the field of battle, because that's the weapon you pull out when you get into close combat, right?
Yeah. Just a quick question off Cocky. So if they didn't have a sword, they would have had an axe instead. It would have been a much more common weapon, is a question there off Cocky. So if you didn't have a sword, you would have had an axe.
The Middle Ages is not a monolith. Europe is not a monolith. It depends on when and where, and it depends on who and whose army. And you need to specify for which period and which place, honestly, before I could answer a question like that.
Yeah, who said that earlier? Let's get more precise with the questions and stuff. God, Loki.
I can speak mostly in terms of arms and armor to the 15th century, because I have looked at those fighting manuals pretty extensively and all the chronicles, etc. And the nature of warfare is changing drastically in the 15th century because gunpowder is on the rise. The use, it doesn't happen overnight, but also professional armies are starting to evolve, right? This is the era when when we would derisively call mercenary troops are coming around, but actually they're professional armies that you can hire. So they're actually like training together and doing unit tactics, and you're getting to be a whole different world. So yeah.
Right, comment section. You're having multiple different conversations with each other. Okay, so when you're using an example, you need to say where the example is from, because you're having a different conversation to him and he doesn't understand what you're saying, because you're talking about one part of Poland and Lithuania and the other fellow is talking about North Italy. Okay, so where is this conversation going here? Like, I'm using axes and he's using pole arms. Okay, so are you talking 15th century? What was it? Poland, Lithuania? And the other fella's talking about North Italy in the early medieval period? Like, guys, what's going on here? Okay, I get it. Everyone's really, really passionate, but
yeah, I don't even know how we got on this topic.
Talking about cats,
right? Like, I'm looking at the slide. I'm like, cats. Okay.
Do you want to drive on, or do we want to continue having a conversation about
we've
what's the best
reached
weapon?
The end of our we've reached our news.
Oh, that's grand. What else do we have in here? So, Samuel, here, Samuel, you're the one having the conversation about weapons, but then saying basketball is better. Why don't you just go back to watching the basketball? You know. Samuel, to answer your question, I'm from Ireland, so I don't actually watch the NBA, to be honest with you. But if you prefer the NBA, there's nothing stopping you from turning it off. You don't actually have to have a conversation about what's the best weapon for the peasant class and why nobles are addicted to the sword. Why did the nobles have to keep depicting the sword over and over and over again?
So that you remember, so this brings us back to the topic of art versus reality. Art in the Middle Ages especially was intended to convey a message. It was not just about beauty. There was no art in the Middle Ages that was just about beauty. Goose egg for art that was just beautiful. All art conveyed some kind of message or was some kind of propaganda. And so the reason knights are always depicted with swords is because the sword is the knight's weapon, especially dating from the earliest days of mounted riders, right? Because you can gallop across the field really easily with a sword and cut people down from the horse, right? It's hard to gallop and carry a poleaxe or whatever, but over time, the weapon that is most effective on the battlefield changes, but the symbolism, the connection, the spiritual connection between the knight and the sword doesn't change.
Just to bring in Cocky's questions and stuff he's asking there. Are you specifically asking, is the axe a common weapon in Poland and Lithuania? Because depending where you are in Europe, Asia, etc., the common weapon will change. It is true that the common weapon isn't the sword. If we're talking about Poland and Lithuania, it's not the common weapon for the peasant is not a sword, from my understanding. Now, I don't specialize in swords
are expensive. Swords are very expensive. And
but even on top of that, like this is why it's way out of my field of expertise, because if you're talking about Poland and Lithuania, from my understanding, you're talking about the saber. You're not even talking about, European style swords. You're then talking about sabers and stuff. And that's way out of my field of expertise. I assume none of my friends are in the comment section because none of them have popped up to correct me on any of this stuff. But I have loads of friends from Hungary and Poland, and they're very passionate about conversations to do with the saber, and they're so quick to correct me when it comes down to anything to do with the saber. So I have to say on top of that as well, if you're talking about Poland and Lithuania, you're then talking about sabers and stuff, and how did the common man, like how mass produced were sabers at the time? I mean,
the saber,
to be quite honest with you,
the saber is not a machete. So it's still a sophisticated, expensive weapon to produce. But there were bladed weapons that were not. The falchion, for instance, I think it's called, right? That's like basically a medieval machete. So, but it's not a monolith. And everyone, Philip and I, our specialization is not Eastern Europe. Like we each have a passing familiarity with it, but it's not our area of specialty. So appreciate the comments and the questions about Lithuania and Poland, but definitely not something we can really reliably answer.
And yeah, you're pretty right, Cocky. Like we do all agree with that the commoners on the field did not have swords, even sabers. So yeah, you're fully right, Cocky. The commoners did not have swords or sabers, and most likely, like I assume that the Polish Lithuanians, I assume that you're completely right. Polish and Lithuanians most likely did have what was it called, axes to use rather than swords and sabers. Then moving on with the conversation, falcons, those big heavy swords that we see around the 13th and 15th century, was that common? Is the question.
That's hard to answer. I don't know how common they were. I honestly, I cannot answer that. I mean, I have a more than average knowledge of weapons and armor in the 14th and 15th century, but I couldn't speak for all of Europe. It's not a monolith. And the falchion specifically, I'm not certain how common they were.
Yeah, you see, this is where you're going way out of my field of expertise, especially with Polish. And this is why I keep going back saying, yeah, I love having a conversation about it, but I do have to remind you, it's outside my field of expertise. But at the same time, I do enjoy talking about it nonetheless, as long as it's outside my field of expertise. Yeah, sabers are absolutely magnificent. It's true. The blades were giant razor blades. Yeah, sabers were basically far more greater than the was it the falcons when it comes down to tearing people apart. I definitely agree with that one. Then we have the archers. Some people are saying here that archers was a far more skilled job, and a person would be much more intelligent when using a bow and arrow rather than a axe. Yeah, I can imagine that. All right, unless you're talking about the sword. Don't know. I suppose it depends on the situation.
Yeah, I don't, maybe.
Um,
That's something that is, I mean, I don't know. I'd have to see that tested
hmm,
out. I mean, it depends on the kind of axe. A pole axe is actually not necessarily an easy weapon to use. A pole axe is
hmm,
different than a hand axe. And a pole axe, there's a reason that there are medieval fighting manuals that devote pages and pages and pages to pole axe technique, because it isn't just a question of holding it and slashing, right? If you have an
hmm,
opponent who's actually skilled, they're going to tear you apart, because they're not just going to use the
hmm,
blade of the poleaxe. They're going to use the spiky end, and they're going to use the haft, and they're going to use the curve to use it to hook you and trip you and then stab you, right? So poleaxes are actually a bit of a chess game too.
hmm. Okay, so the comment section has turned into a
Oh boy.
debate about falcons. How much was it? Is it for could commoners get it? Could commoners
I
not
mean,
get it?
what do you mean by
Okay, so
commoner also, right? Like,
yeah.
what
Okay,
is a
yeah, that's a
commoner?
good
So
point.
remember, in England, in
Are you?
15th century England, Elizabeth Woodville, Queen of England, was considered a commoner. So what do you, the woman who married Edward IV was considered a commoner, and it's one of the big parts of the scandal surrounding their marriage. So what do you mean by commoner?
Mm, mm. Okay, so you're okay. So just going over the clothing there. You've got okay, lads. Can you pin down exactly what we're talking about here? Because Europe is a big place with different interpretations and stuff. So we got one conversation on the Falcons. Fair enough. The conversation to do with clothing that's just
Okay.
appeared. Can you tell me exactly in France what period you're talking about? Because Rachel is literally you found the gem there when it comes down to France. Are you talking about the okay? Let's pin down where exactly the era you want to talk about when it comes down to medieval clothing in France. That's all I see with that one. Just get back to me with that one. Where in
Yeah,
France you want to
really.
talk about? What
Where in
era you want to
France?
talk about?
Not a
Hmm.
monolith.
Um, like, are because are you getting into reenactment? And are you doing Viking reenactment? Are you doing Norman reenactment? Are you doing what was it called, 100 Years War reenactment in France? Are you doing Italian Wars reenactment, that whole 15th century reenactment in France with Burgundies and stuff? Where exactly are you doing the reenactments and stuff? Can you pin that down for us? And that way Rachel can completely open up with
Yeah.
clothing.
I need a specific era, ideally a decade. So
Yeah. If you really want to get into Falcons and related weapons, look up James. Yeah, definitely look himself up as well when it comes down to weapons and stuff. Why is she not answering? Hey, what do you mean? Why is she? What? Okay, guys, pin down exactly what it is. The reason why we can't give you instant feedback is because we don't know what era. I love how the comment section, you've got one person eating popcorn and I'm saying the same thing over and over again. Okay, so if you've got a quite, okay, the thing is, guys, you need to understand is that there is not a be all and end all for the medieval period. It's not a case of from 410 to 1603 or around that era. It's not a case of them repeating and
yeah.
doing the same thing over and over again. There's development in all of this, and on top of that, all of Europe is completely different. Okay,
Okay.
guys. So not only do we see the development of technology, but also on top of that, guys, every region has its own customs and values. Okay, so it's different depending on the zone, and that's why you guys need to start telling us when you're asking a question. You need to pin down exactly where in Europe or Africa or the Middle East you're talking about, and
When,
what
when,
was it? When, where,
when,
what?
when, when
Yeah.
matters so much, because even in the 15th century, in France, just in France, there's a massive difference in
Mm,
fashion between 1410 and 1450. So
Yeah.
you need to let me know. I cannot answer the question without more details.
Yeah, and Ryan's completely right there. We're having what was it called? Rachel's having technical issues on her side as well. So that's why Rachel's not
Yeah, I can't.
directly
Yeah, I'm sorry,
answering a lot of
everyone.
questions.
In the
Yeah.
what would be my live stream chat, I have a Mario Brothers style Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's all I see. I wish I could show you what it is I can see in the chat. So I don't see anyone's chat. So Philip is being my conduit to you.
Mm. Okay, so ultimately the question is, why is Charles the Bold so famous for his military structure and campaigns when
Yeah.
he lost every
Yeah.
engagement? So,
I
hey,
can
what's going
that
on
I
there
can
with
answer.
Charles the
So he's
Bold?
famous not for
Oh,
his
right.
success, obviously. He's famous for his losses. You're right.
Mm,
He fucked it up left, right, and center when it actually came to winning battles. But the reason that the Burgundian state, and not necessarily Charles the Bold, because this is something his father starts, is so famous is for its organization. The Burgundian
mm,
state actually is the trying to think if I can make this statement, at least one of the first, one of the innovators
mm,
of massively organized, multiple level bureaucracy to on for every aspect of controlling what is the Dominion of Burgundy. And one of the things that they do is they set up these ordinances for their military. Before that, there were
mm,
some kingdoms, some polities had a few ordinances here and there about, well, if you're a knight, you need to have this kind of harness and this kind of clothing, and you need to provide food for this many people. But the Burgundian ordinances for every aspect of the Burgundian state are super detailed. And so we actually know so much about Burgundian men at arms because of these ordinances, which I think start with John the Fearless, might even start with
mm,
Philip the Bold back in the end of the 14th century. But so Charles is the Bold inherits this massively organized state, this organized machine, and
mm.
the military aspect of that machine is also massively organized. So that's probably why people are always, well, people like, not like your average person down in the Bronx is talking about Charles the Bold, but that's why people interested in medieval history end up talking about him and why he's so famous for his military engagements, because of the order that went into setting them up and organizing them. And yet, yeah, you're right, he
Mm.
lost. He was, yeah, his strategy sucked. And I think, honestly, I think the reason he's called the Bold is because he's going out there all the time, despite loss after loss after loss, and waging
Mm, mm,
campaigns.
mm.
And that's why he ultimately dies at the Battle of Nancy in 1477, because his encampment is literally overrun by the Swiss mercenaries while he's there. Like, they don't even have a chance to really fight, and it takes them over a week to find his body. So yeah,
Oh, yeah.
they don't even know if he's actually dead. Like, Mary, his
Mm,
daughter, his heiress Mary, and his wife Margaret, they don't even know if he's dead. But Margaret immediately jumps into action as though she is, because she kind of knows that her husband
mm,
is a little
mm.
bit of an idiot when it comes to warfare. So yeah, that's why he's famous, because the Burgundian state, the military of the Burgundian state, it's possibly the best organized that there's been in the West since the Roman Empire, in Western
Mm,
Europe,
mm, mm.
because obviously the Eastern Roman Empire continues the organization of the Roman state for a long time. But yeah, that's probably why he's so famous. And you're right, he loses so many of those campaigns, and it's, yeah, I sometimes wonder how things would have gone differently if he'd actually had a male heir with his first duchess. Yeah.
Ah, okay, that's
Well,
interesting. Yeah, I need to read more into the Burgundies and stuff because they are absolutely fascinating. But I will say one comment when it comes down to the study of Burgundies. Everyone needs to start studying the Burgundies, because even, what was it? One of my biggest problems with, I love Gone Medieval, by the way, absolutely love them with a passion. But they constantly take things from a very English
yeah.
perspective. And the problem I have from, I'm talking, when I say West, I mean the English West perspective, because I don't mean Central Europe or anything. I literally mean Britain, Ireland, and what was it called, America, Austria, and stuff, is we keep looking at the 100 Years' War as England versus France. And that's not the case whatsoever. It's actually very, very huge and complicated. And the Burgundies, they take up a massive amount of the fighting in the later stages of the 100 Years' War. And we don't talk about them, because we always take it from an English perspective of Henry V.
And I often say we were this close to talking about Burgundy, not France, today. We were this close to talking to Burgundy being one of the allies in World War II, not France. So that's how powerful the Burgundian state was for 100 years almost. So yeah, I'm like, come on, BBC, can you do some documentaries on Burgundy? Maybe, like, it's just don't give us another goddamn documentary about the fucking Tudors. Like, I don't want to hear about it. No more fucking Tudors.
Well,
no more Tudors.
That's a proper. That's huge, and I wouldn't mind when they cover the Tudors. They never cover Ireland. It's literally specifically, what was it, 1534, and then they just completely delete Kildare Fitzgerald. Cannot talk about Kildare Fitzgerald. Will not talk about Kildare Fitzgerald. Only Anne Boleyn, who may or may not be related to the Butlers, which bring us into an Irish conversation. Can't talk about that. But that's just me bitching. Back to, okay, guys, if we want to talk about, okay, you can talk about religion, okay? Specifically, you're asking if what we specialize in. It's mostly Roman Christianity. So if you have any questions to do with Roman Christianity in the medieval period, we can talk about it as long as it's civilized. If you guys go absolute ape shit crazy, we'll delete and also just, remove, etc., etc., etc. But we absolutely love questions to do with medieval religion and stuff. Just don't get excited. I know you guys get excited in the comment section and stuff, but we can have a decent conversation if we don't get too excited. And what is the other one?
Did they ever come back with a specific date or place or specific date for the French clothing?
Clothing. Yeah, you continued commenting about Charles the Bold and stuff, but you never talked about what clothing, like, do you, when you started moving on about Charles, not you, Rachel, but your man in the comment section, when you started talking about Charles, do you want us to talk about 15th century clothing to do with Burgundies or just somewhere else in France and stuff? Because you never elaborated on that. You kind of went from talking about the French to then suddenly talking about Charles.
If this question was about clothing, was it just generally like what kind of clothing did people wear? Was that the question, or?
It was a question on French clothing, just general question on French clothing. And then the conversation moved over to the Burgundies, and then there was back and forth. So the same guy who asked the question then started talking about the Burgundies with the rest of the guys, but never actually answered our question. You talk about us not answering you guys. Answer our questions too. This is back and forth here. Right, where is I? Horse armor. Once again, guys, can you be more precise on the horse armor? Because you guys want us, why didn't we answer the thing with the horse armor? We did elaborate with the horse armor, but you guys never elaborated on our question on what specific question do you want to ask on the horse armor. So that's what I'll say with that. Now, with the Burgundy state in the 14th, 15th century, okay, so were the Burgundies in the 14th and 15th century? Were they more French or
they
German?
were French. I mean, well, okay. Okay. Whew. So the Burgundian Dominion was very complex because it was a compilation state that grew over time through marriage alliances, through people dying heirless, and the Duke of Burgundy happening to be the next in line for succession, and through conquest. So at one point, the Dominion of Burgundy stretched from like center of France all the way to Bohemia because of the lands they controlled. So the Burgundian state was once pretty immense. And that's why I say it was like a gaseous giant on the point of becoming a star, and it just fell short of obtaining critical mass to do so, because Charles the freaking Bold died like a moron at the Battle of Nancy, even though he was told not to do what he did, but he did it anyway. So the point of all that is that the court, the Valois, the Dukes of Burgundy, Bourgogne is French. That's France. That's modern day France even, right? Burgundy is France. So the the ruling household was French, and they were the Valois. They were a cadet branch of the royal house of France. So it's literally the conflict between Burgundy and France in the 15th century is literally a family feud in that sense, right? They're literally blood relatives.
Okay.
So the court at its heart is French, but the lands over which they rule are Flanders, Flemish speaking. They've got in modern day Netherlands, so Dutch, which is like a cousin of Flemish, right? They end up Luxembourg ends up in their dominion. They've got German speaking lands in their dominion. So the like Margaret of York and Charles the Bold both spoke Flemish. But the language of the court was decided of like the official language of the court was mostly French, but it was a multilingual court. So if you were to be lucky enough to be dropped into the court of Charles the Bold and or Margaret of York, then you would hear multiple languages being spoken, even by the Duke himself. You'd hear Flemish, you'd hear French, you might even hear some English, at least from Margaret. You'd hear Latin, actually, amongst people who spoke none of those languages. You would actually hear medieval Latin being spoken like a lingua franca. So, yeah, the question is it more French or German? It kind of depends on which part of Burgundy you're talking about. Bruges and Ghent, they're Flemish, baby. They are Flemish. But like, you know, down in the southern part of what would now be Belgium, the southern part of Belgium, that's French speaking. Lille, the city of Lille, that's French. So,
Cocky, I didn't say you were talking about clothing. I know you want to talk about the Burgundies and stuff as well. I fully understand that, Cocky. Going over to the Burgundy state, were Knights Templars are the 14th century. Were there any Burgundies?
1312, there are no more Knights Templar.
Yeah, does Burgundies, because, okay, so Burgundies as a state didn't exist at the same time as the Knights Templars, just to make sure you understand that. So are you, what era,
well,
when
okay,
you say,
okay, but
asking
that's not true.
There,
okay, so there was a Duchy of Burgundy.
Yeah.
But that was at the time of the Knights Templar, when they're taken down on Black Friday, by the way, that the Duchy of Burgundy was a very limited duchy. It was a kind of more or less what's Burgundy now. So yes, there was a Duchy of Burgundy, but it wasn't the massive Burgundian state that everyone's talking about when you think of the glories of Burgundy.
Because the question is, was there any Knights Templar, offices or anything like that, or a barracks in Burgundy?
Yes,
at the time,
but not in the 15th century.
Yeah. Because they were pretty established. Yeah. So I personally don't know of any barracks or offices of the Knights Templars in the Burgundies area. Maybe
I'm confident there was a chapter probably in Dijon, which is the ancestral capital of Burgundy. There was, I'm pretty certain that there was, I seem to recall that there was a chapel in, and therefore a branch in Bruges. But by the 15th century, that's all gone, baby.
Okay, I'll get back to the Templar questions because they're quite interesting. But Firewood has been waiting on this question for ages. He wants us to talk about dog armor. Did dog armor exist? I'm pretty sure I saw paintings of dog armor.
Dogs had protective gear for hunting.
Okay.
Because they were used for boar hunting also. So they needed and for like bear hunting and whatnot. So they needed to have protection so that if the bear or the boar got to them, they would be protected. So they did have protective gear, but for use in war, I don't think so.
Okay. Good night there, Cocky. Thanks very much, by the way, for all the questions and stuff. I hope you enjoyed yourself tonight, and that's the same for all the other guys going off to sleep now. Take care, guys, and make sure you have a great day tomorrow. And for everyone else who's staying around to talk about the
Knights what
Templars,
next? What next shall it be?
So what happened to the Knights Templars after they were gotten rid of in around 1308, wasn't it? They were all put on the
They were
stake
all
and
burnt.
burned.
They
What
were
happened to the
across
rest
Europe,
of them?
across Europe. Like it was a
Yeah.
massively, it was the most amazingly coordinated effort. I especially in the pre-modern communications world. Holy shit. The way they communicated the
Mm.
downfall of the Templars is impressive to say the least. What happened? What happened
Okay.
to them afterwards? Well, their lands,
Yeah.
their
What happened to
their
the surviving
lands and
ones?
their money was all confiscated.
Mm.
um, and you know, by both the respective rulers who participated in their downfall and by the church. And
Mm.
they were dissolved. Like the ones who didn't get burnt at the stake, they went in they went into hiding probably.
Mm. Because I know the ones in Dublin. So in Dublin, what happened to them is you had ones that went onto the run, and you also had ones that quickly became Knights Hospitallers.
Yeah.
You see, when it was originally happened, you did have ones in Dublin Castle that were kind of giving the hint, hint, hey, look, there are people after you now. And they quickly ran up to the O'Donnell territories up in the north of Ireland, in Tyrone territory. So way up in the north of Ireland, the O'Donnells, because the Knights Templars were always so good to the Gaelic and actually accepted. So the Gaelic couldn't join the Knights Hospitallers at first. It was only the Knights Templars. So you do have Gaelic that joined the Knights Templars, but they couldn't join the Knights Hospitallers. Okay, so they joined. So the O'Donnells and the Knights Templars had a very good relationship. So when English people, came to Dublin and were like, "Hey, look, there's something happening in France. You guys need to do a run or get out of here." The ones at Dublin Castle went straight up to the Tyrone territories, and most likely they hid with the O'Donnells and stuff. And a lot of them ended up marrying local girls up in Tyrone and stuff, and they just settled up in the north of Ireland. Okay, so they were taken in as refugees and stuff in that whole area. These men did, and they would end up fighting for the O'Donnells. So there are actually Knights Templars that ended up settling in the O'Donnell territories up in the north of Ireland. Then you had Knights Templars in the rest of Dublin, and also in places like Limerick, Cork, etc., etc. And they got taken in straight away by the Knights Hospitallers. So it was a case of they literally them chucking off all their clothing and quickly putting on Knights Hospitaller
Right.
clothing and saying, "I was always in the Knights Hospitallers. I don't even know that called David. Sure, I'm Thomas. I don't know what you're talking about. I was always in the Knights Hospitallers." And that's what happened to them, you know. Where else are we going? Good morning from Sweden. So the
They're all
Europeans are
back
back up and
online.
away. Good morning to all the Europeans. How is
How
Europe
is
doing?
Europe doing? Oh,
We've got the Americans going off to sleep, and the Europeans
oh
are
my
joining us
God.
now.
We've been doing this for a while. I'm going to have to call it quits soon because I need to eat.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, this has been great today, everyone. Thank you all for joining us today, and I
Mm,
think we've actually had some pretty good viewership, as far as I can tell.
yeah.
So everyone, is this something you would like us to continue on a weekly basis? Because our current plan is to make this a weekly episode, talk about the medieval news, apparently answer random rabbit hole questions about medieval history.
Mm. We're going into the Da Vinci
Oh
Code
my
now because we're
God.
asking questions about the Knights Templars in Scotland.
No.
Oh, I'm from Cork. Okay. I'm from Cork, guys. I think we could talk all day about the Knights Templars, so we might as
Yeah.
well finish it up now. Guys, thank you so much for coming on and talking to us today. My plan is to do. I don't know about Rachel. Maybe Rachel's sick of it all now, especially these
It's
mad
great.
questions
It's
and stuff.
been
But
what
I'll
a
definitely.
ride. What a ride it's been.
Oh,
Okay.
I'll definitely be back next week anyway, next Tuesday, to go and have an old chat with you guys again. And I assume Rachel will be here anyway. And we'll talk about the news again and any rabbit holes you guys want us to go down. Just make sure next time goes the era and exactly what part of Europe are we talking about. But other than that, guys, thank you so much. Rachel, is there anything? Oh, and of course, Rachel, thank you so much today for setting up the live chat for
Oh,
all
yeah,
of
my
us
pleasure.
and organizing all that stuff. We did actually have a test run yesterday, and then this morning there was a weird technical problem with the sound, which, that's what bloody technology
Love
does,
it.
doesn't it?
Love it.
But Rachel, once again, you managed to fix it all for us. So we'd love to thank you today for everything you've done for us so far. And hopefully you can join us again next week when we cover medieval news. Rachel, is there anything else you want to cover up before we pop away?
Yeah, no, thank you all for the wild ride. It's been splendid. Just remember in your questions, we won't answer anything that will get us demonetized or have our channels outright deleted. But yeah, next time, just remember, specify the time and the place, and we will be happy to answer. So otherwise, everyone, remember to like and subscribe for both of our channels, and we look forward to seeing you next week. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thank you. See you. Slán go, Alia. Bye now.